My name is Doug Shipman. I have the honor of serving as the council president for the city of Atlanta. It is my distinct honor to call to order this unscheduled gathering to honor the life, the legacy, and the service of Marvin Arrington Sr. You will hear from many today whose lives were touched by his work, and we are honored to have all of you present with us today, including many of his family. I would like to invite the Reverend Dr. Gregory V. Eason, Senior Pastor of Flipper Temple AME Church, to bring us an invocation and to guide us through today's ceremonies.
Let me also welcome you today as we honor the public service of the Honorable Marvin S. Arrington. And let me also remind you that we are not just here today because the Honorable Marvin Arrington is dead, but we are here today because he lived, he loved, he served, he cared, and he blessed us with his wonderful service, dedication, commitment, and truth. It is in this spirit that we have come to celebrate his well-lived life. Shall we pray? O Lord our God, you are our help in ages past and our hope for years to come, our shelter from the stormy blast and our eternal home. Lord, we come today just to say thank you for the life, the labor, and legacy of your servant Marvin Arrington. Lord, we thank you for his authentic Atlanta journey. We thank you for his family, his parents, children, grandchildren, and extended family whom he loved, and for his ministry as a son, father, grandfather, relative, mentor, and friend. We say thank you. For his educational journey at Henry McNeil Turner High School, Clark College, and Emory University School of Law, we are grateful. And Lord, for his 28 years of service to the Atlanta City Council, the city that he loved, we say thank you. And for his service in private practice and the Superior Court, again, we say thank you. For his unselfish leadership and service to God and God's people, we are grateful. For the lives he touched, the needs he met, the difference he made, thank you, Lord. And because of your servant Marvin's faith and your grace, receive him into your kingdom that is beyond the skies, where our ancestors declared that over yonder we will read our titles clear to mansions in the skies and bid farewell to every fear and wipe our weeping eyes. Amen, amen, and amen. At this time, we welcome Ms. Henrietta Antonine, community and civic leader, as she comes.
Good afternoon. To the Arrington family, clergy, elected officials, community leaders, friends, and all who loved the city of Atlanta. Today, I say goodbye to my friend, one of the most significant political leaders of our time, a man who have expressed in every way his love for his people, his community, and his city. Make no mistake about it, you will be in for a fight if you found no reason to support the well-being of his loved community. I can hear him say right now, Henrietta, I can't understand these people. What's wrong with these people? What's wrong with these Negroes? Marvin and I had a lot in common. We are both native Atlantans, born and raised and educated in the city. We both attend Clark College. We often shared and discussed the changes of the city that the city has made in the last 50 years, the racial disparities of segregation on the buses, the lunch counters, the restaurants, the jobs, schools, parks, recreational facilities, every face of racial discrimination was demonstrated in this city where we grew up, Atlanta, the city too busy to hate. I was proud to be Marvin's friend. I knew what he stood for. I knew who he was. I knew his spirit. I knew his heart. We grew up in this black community. I knew where he was coming from. We understood each other. We didn't always agree. Believe me, we didn't. But who needs a friend who agrees with everything? Marvin believed what he believed. He was truly a good guy. I didn't just know Marvin. I knew his family. I knew his mother, his sisters, and his brother. His brother Joe attended Washington High School with me. He played in the band, and I was in the glee club. Joe and I went to many events together. Joe was the smallest, but he was the oldest, and he always bragged about he might have been smaller, but he was the oldest. When Marvin decided to run for president of City Council, I volunteered to work in his campaign. He called me and asked me later if I would help him as he bidded for the mayor of Atlanta. I was delighted. I was so excited to see a black man, homeboy, native Atlantan, Grady baby, from the housing projects of Atlanta, run for the highest office of the city. I was so excited. I organized more than 300 women. I'm sure some of you are present today. Women for Marvin. We did have so much fun. Our office was on Benjamin E. Mays Drive, and it stayed packed every day, from 7:30 in the morning to 10, 11, and 12 o'clock at night, Monday through Monday. Well, we all know the results. Marvin lost the race, but he never lost his dedication and commitment to continue the struggle to fight for justice and equality for his people. Marvin not only found his way, but he made his mark on his civic duties for social justice. He helped build and shape this city. He helped to transcend this city to what it is today. He led legislative efforts for 16 years. Yes, he played a pivotal role in helping shape this international city. He was an unusual politician. He dealt with people on all levels, from corporate CEO presidents to blue collar to the homeless, and he never made any difference. He contributed to the city becoming the black Mecca of the South. So many times we don't realize whose shoulders we're standing on. As a young man, he had a vision of going forward. The courage he exhibited when he walked through the doors at Emory University Law School as the first black student. As you know, Marvin became a judge, and I remember him telling me that he was tired of seeing so many young black men in his courtroom, day after day. This day, he said, he asked all the white people to leave the room. The blacks stayed. He said he came down off the bench and he lectured to them. He just couldn't take it anymore. He was heartbroken to see so many young people with no ambition, no desires to better themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, in spite of all the gates that were closed and all the doors that were shut in his face, he was able to overcome them. He unlocked doors and left wide doors open. Yes, Marvin, I was proud to be Marvin's friend, and in my heart, he'll always be my mayor. But I'm gonna leave you with this little song. If I can help just one somebody as I pass alone. If I can do my duty with the word of song. If I can tell somebody that he's traveling he's traveling wrong, then my living shall not be in vain. Then my living, it shall not be in vain. No, Marvin's living was not in vain. If I can help just one somebody as I pass along, then my living shall not be in vain.
Amen. It is my great pleasure and signal honor at this time to welcome the 61st Mayor of the City of Atlanta, our Mayor. Let's welcome the Honorable Andre Dickens to the podium.
Man. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. To President Doug Shipman, to our current city council members that are here, I see Councilmember Bond and I'm sure others out Overstreet, Boone, Dozier. I see you council members, to our previous council presidents that are here, and to our previous council members. A number of you are in the audience, and to our esteemed previous Mayors Franklin, Mayor Reed. It is good to see each and every last one of you here, and to all electeds and clergy and all who love Marvin Arrington Sr. It is my honor to celebrate and commemorate the life and legacy of the Honorable Marvin Arrington Sr. Now, there's going to be a lot of speakers here today, and I will also be speaking tomorrow at Ebenezer, so I will keep my remarks brief today. Tomorrow may be another story. It is so fitting that we are here at Atlanta City Hall in council chambers that just a little while ago, Council President Moore, we named this building, this room, after the Honorable Marvin Arrington Sr. A man of the people having his name recognized in the people's house just sounds about right. For this to be one of the final stops on this journey also seems just about right. Because it was the people of Atlanta who were at the heart of Judge Arrington's servant leadership. Some of you will recall, as Ms. Henrietta Antonine just mentioned, where he cleared the courtroom to have a private conversation with defendants, many of whom looked just like us. That move made national news, yet there were some who thought the judge overstepped. And if you knew Marvin Arrington for 5 minutes, 5 years, or 50 years, he don't care about overstepping. But those of us who were sons and daughters of the South, we grew up a certain way. Well, we understood his actions completely. Sometimes it is incumbent upon us to pull each other's coats and tell each other the truth about the road we're traveling, even if the truth is painful. You might even say that back in the day, correcting the bad behavior of some of our community members was our love language, and Marvin Arrington knew how to give you some love language. My Kappa brother, the judge, the Honorable Marvin Arrington Sr., he just loved Atlanta and its residents. I'd always even see him at Lindsay Street when I came to visit you, Reverend Motley. He'd be there before services start. We'd have a good conversation. I'd see him out in the community. He always had a word of advice, a word of wisdom, and he was quite visible throughout his journey. So on behalf of the people of Atlanta, I can honestly say to the Arrington family, my friends, my family, Marv Jr., Michelle, Marilyn, the girls, all of you, we thank you for sharing Marvin Arrington Sr. with us. You are part of a family that we pulled upon your father for many, many years. And the book of Romans says, rejoice with those who rejoice and mourn with those who mourn. Today, we join you in both, rejoicing a life well lived and mourning the loss of a giant, of an Atlantan. May God be with you all, and we are going to offer the highest honor that the mayor can give, which is the Phoenix Award to Marvin Arrington Sr. And this is the Phoenix Award, and I'll read what it says also inside of the award. It's some fine print, and I'm right at 49, getting ready to be 50, so I can't read these things no more. The Honorable Andre Dickens presents the city's Phoenix Award to the family of the Honorable Marvin S. Arrington Sr. in recognition of his monumental contributions as an influential community leader, elected official, and legal advocate. Judge Arrington had an immense impact on shaping Atlanta into the inclusive, equitable metropolis it is today. He served as the Atlanta City Council president and as a former Fulton County Superior Court judge. As council president, he helped move significant legislation forward, advancing civil and human rights efforts throughout Atlanta. His noteworthy leadership and commitment to justice transformed our city's legal landscape. Judge Arrington's legacy will inspire future public servants for generations to come. The city of Atlanta is honored to celebrate Judge Marvin S. Arrington Sr. with the Phoenix Award. God bless you all. Thank you.
At this time, we welcome the Honorable Doug Shipman, the President of the Atlanta City Council, and the Honorable Michael Julian Bond, City Council, Post 1. Councilman Shipman.
You will hear from many people today who were touched by the life of Marvin Arrington Sr. I represent, in many ways, two of those groups. When I first came to Emory University as a freshman in 1991, in the most prominent academic building on the campus were very large portraits of those that had been honored by the university with the highest honor, the Emory Medal. The only African-American face on those walls was Marvin Arrington Sr. 150,000 plus Emory alums today stand in gratitude and in debt to his willingness to be a trailblazer, for his willingness to say yes to someone who said, would you be willing to be the first at Emory Law School? Would you be willing to go forward in the front? And he said yes. In so many ways, he was always saying yes. The second group today that I am honored to help represent, and you will hear from some of my other colleagues, are the 9 council presidents who have served the city of Atlanta. And the charter was changed in the early 70s from a vice mayor system to a council president system. There have only been 9 of us who have served. He is sadly the first of the 9 to pass. There are 5 of us here today to honor his legacy, because in many ways, all of us who have served after him serve in ways because of how he served. I would say that the modern council president's role was shaped in so many ways by the way that he served. And so we stand here today on his shoulders. And as the mayor mentioned, we stand literally in his chamber. There was a portrait that you may have seen that was outside as you entered the chamber if you came from the front. It was commissioned in honor of him and his passing. And I am very proud to say that that portrait will hang in this building forever as a testament to his service and to his legacy following today. The council also has a proclamation to present to the family, but briefly before I do so, I want to end my remarks by bringing his voice into the room. In preparation today, I went back and read and watched many of the interviews he had given, and he gave an interview to a couple of young people, and they asked him about his theory of leadership. And he said that his favorite quote that he lived by was, "If you see a good fight, get in it." He was a self-aware man. But then he went on to say that you didn't just get in the fight because you liked fighting. You didn't just get in the fight because it was there. You got in it if it was a noble fight, if it was a fight worth fighting, if it was a fight that had dignity and purpose. And so he was always willing to fight, he said, but he always wanted to fight in something that mattered and for something that was right. That is, to me, the most important legacy that he extends to all of us today. And it is an honor to have that legacy to carry forward. At this time, I would like to invite any of the current city council members who are here. I know Councilmember Bond is on the stage. I've seen others. If you would come forward to join me as we read this proclamation. I'll give them just a moment. I see Councilmember Dozier, Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Westmoreland, Councilmember Amos. I'm just ahead of the mayor a little bit in age, so I've already resigned myself to these. I asked if he wanted mine, but they may be a little too strong for his young eyes. It says in proclamation, the Atlanta City Council celebrating the life of Marvin S. Arrington Sr. I will read pertinent parts. The Atlanta City Council joins family, friends, and the community in celebrating the life of Marvin S. Arrington Sr., longtime Atlanta City Council President and Fulton County Superior Court Judge, whose lifetime of dedicated service left an indelible mark on our city. Whereas at age 28, he decided to run for the Atlanta Board of Aldermen and in 1969 won his seat. He served as a member of the Board of Aldermen, which later became the City Council for a 25-year tenure. And in 1980, Arrington was elected as council president, a position he held for an exceptional 17-year tenure, securing numerous re-elections during that time. And as city council president for nearly 2 decades, Arrington oversaw a council that worked tirelessly to improve the lives of those in the city. And whereas following his tenure as council president, he was appointed by then Governor Roy Barnes in 2002 to serve as Superior Court Judge in Fulton County, and he was later reelected to that position, which he served until 2012. And whereas in 2019, as tribute to his lifelong commitment to public service and his remarkable tenure as president, the council voted to rename this chamber in his honor. This renaming served as a sign of heartfelt recognition and deep appreciation for his enduring contributions to the community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, and it is signed by all members of council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby celebrate the life of Marvin S. Arrington Sr. and recognize his incredible contributions. We express our profound respect and appreciation for the positive impact he has had on the city of Atlanta. Thank you to the family of Marvin S. Arrington Sr. for sharing him with Atlanta for so many years.
But as they say on late night television, but wait, there's more. I want to say good afternoon to the Arrington family, to members of the public that are here today and are watching. I'd like to say greetings to our mayor and former mayors, to our council president and former council presidents, to the members of the Atlanta City Council that are present, and the former members of the Atlanta City Council that are present. Would the former Atlanta City Council members please stand if you're able? That served with Marvin. I'd like to also welcome the public and all to the Atlanta City Council chambers that has been renamed in honor of Judge Arrington for his service that he provided from this very podium within this crucible of the legislative body, this august body, as he often referred to it. I had the pleasure to serve under Marvin as my first city council president. And it was a complete lesson. Every single meeting, if it's not in debate, in how to manage legislation, how to agree or disagree amicably, how to respect your opponent on the other side of the issues, how to listen to the public, how to gauge and manage a meeting, how to wield this gavel like Mjolnir of Thor from this podium and do it with aplomb, grace, and justice. Wanting to be in politics after being influenced by my parents and my father, the first person that I approached outside of my family, including my Uncle James, former District 4 council member who can't be here today but sends his regards because of a health challenge. I went to see Marvin Arrington in this office back here off the hall. I was seeking a seat at the state legislature, and I went to talk to him. And he said, well, I called for an appointment. He had his office time incremented in 15-minute increments. I said, you got 15 minutes. And so I came down here to speak and to meet with him, Reverend, and we were there for 3 hours. 3 hours, he not only lectured me and instructed me and advised me about what I should do about being to run a successful campaign, but he talked more about how you should serve the public, how you should serve the people, how that because we all presumed that I would win that race, that, you know, when you get into office, how do you serve people? I was not successful in that race. And so when I came back to run for a seat on the Atlanta City Council 18 months later, I came again to see Marvin Arrington. When he presided in this chamber, it was like great Zeus on Mount Olympus. That is not an exaggeration. You can ask, there are witnesses here, you can ask the members who served, because he had great command over this chamber and over the procedures that the council members engaged in. And he engaged the public over and over again. And remember, at that time, there was no time limit for speaking. There was no limit on how many speakers could sign up to speak. And yet he managed it in a way that allowed everybody's voice to be heard. One of my favorite memories of Marvin is one that is frivolous. We were coming up in these very elevators out here on the side of the atrium. Many of the dynamic women who were leading the departments of city government were on that elevator. Deputy commissioners, you know, lawyers, all of the great prominent women of city government. And it was just Marvin and I were the only men on the elevator. And he leaned over to the crowd of women and said, does the principal know that you ladies are not in school today? All of these women with great credentials, great backgrounds, they giggled like schoolgirls. Oh, Marvin this. And they just loved and loved and loved on him. And I told him later, I said, you know, I've stolen that line and I've used it often. But the proudest memory I have of him in this building isn't his presiding at this podium. It's not in the way that he managed meetings. It was when I saw him on the news one afternoon when I was in high school. And, well, I was about to go to high school. This was in 79 or 80, when there was a question about whether or not to renew the minority and female business program for the city of Atlanta. And, you know, today that seems like an outrageous question, Mr. Mayor, that we would even consider not doing so. But Marvin was so dedicated to making sure that people had a chance at city government that he was leading the charge to have that renewal. And so there was fierce opposition on the council to it. And so just like how he wielded this gavel, he took a sledgehammer down to the first floor of this building and knocked down the walls of the procurement office to make the point that there was going to be equal opportunity in business and opportunity in the city of Atlanta for all citizens. Everywhere he went in this city, every place that I accompanied him when we had programs or events out and about in Atlanta, everybody knew him and knew who he was. Everybody could approach him and talk to him, and he returned their salutations. Bow legs, bow, bow, everywhere we would go. It didn't matter if it was someone driving a garbage truck or a limousine. They knew Marvin Arrington because they knew his work, they knew his heart, they knew his service. And you are sitting as benefactors of his having stood at this podium to craft the legislation that made the modern Atlanta. From being an alderman to an at-large councilman to the city council president who got elected with the largest victory vote at that time of anybody in the city of Atlanta, mayor or otherwise, having served 4 terms from this podium and then going on to be a judge to met out the justice in our community. Coming from humble beginnings at English Avenue to Turner High School, where he led the Turner High School Wolves in football and basketball, to Clark Atlanta University, where he got on the gridiron for the Clark Atlanta Panthers, for integrating Emory University, breaking down barriers there with Clarence Cooper as the first African-American students in the law school, to joining Hollowell as a lawyer, the famous law firm, to fight for people's rights, to go again to ascend as a lawyer, to go to be a judge from the bench, to continue to serve the people from humble beginnings right over there off of Lindsay Street and English Avenue. Who has done the work? Who has served this city? Who has made the difference for the people of Atlanta? I like to debate, and I'll debate you today, and we'll both win because we both know the right answer. That is Marvin S. Arrington Sr., noble servant, who washed the feet of the people of Atlanta. Thank you.
Amen. At this time, we welcome the Honorable Shirley Franklin, the 58th Mayor of the City of Atlanta, and she will be followed by the Honorable Kasim Reed, the 59th Mayor of the City of Atlanta. Mayor Franklin.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's not often that mayors have been invited to speak from behind this podium. I don't know about the other mayors, but it's pretty rare when you serve as mayor that you are invited. I am delighted to have been invited today by the family, and thank you. Thank you very much. It's good to be with 2 mayors, a current mayor and a former mayor, and I know that the spirits of the other mayors are here with us as well. They knew Marvin very well. They debated with him, they collaborated with him, and they partnered with him. So not to repeat all the wonderful things that have been said about Marvin, one of my favorite stories is I met Marvin Arrington before I moved to Atlanta. I was living in Alabama, teaching at Talladega College. And big city girl that I thought I was, at least once a month I would drive my car over to Atlanta to hang out. And most people who know me can't even imagine that I was that kind of person, but trust me, there's stories to tell. I drove over and I met a guy that I knew from Washington, D.C. named David Franklin. And we went to underground Atlanta to hang out at a bar. Sorry, Reverend. And this was 1969. There were 3 or 4 other people hanging out with us, and one was Marvin Arrington. One was Clarence Cooper, Judge Cooper, the Honorable. And I suspect in 1969, they don't remember that I was there. I was the only woman in the crowd. And they weren't really paying much attention to me. They were talking among themselves, but it was very clear that Marvin was committed to public service, even in the bar, even on a Saturday night. He and the others were talking about the importance of public service and tearing down the walls of difference and discrimination and Jim Crow, and that it was important that all of us move forward together. Marvin's life is an example of an era in America where young people decided that they had had enough and that they were going to do something different. And they were all the names that I gave you. There were a few other people there. Each one of them was different. None of them were perfect, except in their commitment that America was going to be a different place. And we stand here today because of them and people like them who tore down those walls and made a difference. So I am privileged to be here, honored to be here, humbled to be among the people who stand on the shoulders of Marvin S. Arrington, Sr. Thank you.
Good afternoon. To the Arrington family, to Mrs. Arrington, to Michelle, and to my friend Marvin, to loved ones, distinguished guests, elected officials, and everyone who cared enough to be here today. I am here to comfort the family that has shared this extraordinary man with us for nearly all of his 82 years, to honor him and to take this moment to thank him. Marvin Arrington Sr. loved Atlanta, and Atlanta loved him back. And while many people who run for office and get elected to office again and again and again, very few people capture the affection of the people, the love of the people. Very few can hold it and mold it and never let it go. That's what he did. As much as any of us are, he was a self-made man. A football star at Turner, football star on scholarship at Clark, went on to Howard University first, and then was called to Emory Law School along with Judge Cooper. And then in 1980, he became president, molder, and leader of the Atlanta City Council for nearly 2 decades. And of course, he wasn't done. He partnered with one of the most distinguished barristers in the history of the United States, Donald Hollowell, and built the law firm that when I was coming along was the firm you wanted to be. The black law firm, the hottest black law firm in the United States, Arrington and Hollowell, setting an example for us. But I believe that people loved him because he never let the folks that he met at each step of the way be forgotten. He carried them in his heart. And they knew if he was in the room, then they were in the room. And this quality made him more artist than politician, more city father than typical politician. I saw Marvin Arrington speak one time, and my favorite quote ever, you all know me, he was responding to a question about being in public service, about whether it was better to be loved or feared, and of course he said, I'm both. But I'm here today because the most profound example that he made on my life was he showed us what a free black man looked like. He was enthusiastic. His optimism was like a volcano, and he was what he wanted to be at all times. I never saw two Marvin Arrington seniors. I only saw one. And he showed us what it's like to live a long, successful life, right? To achieve in high school and college and win elected office at 28 and build a law firm and be appointed to the bench. But more importantly than all of those things, to have a terrific family with children that were by his side and loved him to the last moment and the last breath. The black community needs more of that. As I get into my 50s, I want exemplars, not to show me what's hot or what's sexy, but to show you what a whole life should look like. That's what Marvin Arrington Sr. did. He showed us what a whole life looked like. And he showed us what a free black man looked like. And because of that, he took a small town that wasn't known for much of anything, and he turned it into one of the most important cities in the world. Thank you.
At this time, we are delighted to have the Honorable Judge Clarence Cooper with us, and let me ask Judge Cooper to please stand. Let's give him a hand. Pioneer, trailblazer. And let me also ask all the judges who are here today to please stand. All the judges. Thank you for your service. At this time, we have a special musical tribute by Dewan Bozeman, saxophonist. Give him a hand as he comes. At this time, we have remarks coming from former City Council presidents, the Honorable Kathy Woodard, the Honorable Lisa Borders, the Honorable Caesar Mitchell, and the Honorable Felicia Moore. They will come at this time.
I always wish I was as tall as Judge Arrington when I got to stand behind this podium. But thank you so much to the Arrington family for asking me to be here today. It's quite an honor, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate so much seeing my former colleagues and my former mayor and the other council presidents that have come before me and after me. You know, many might think that this Grady baby that was Marvin Arrington Sr. Was born a politician. He took to it, as we have noted in the comments, sort of like a duck to water. But really, he was just born a baby too, just like the rest of us. But the difference is he chose to become a civil servant, a politician, a leader in our community. And not all of us do that. We get the gift, but we don't take advantage of it in quite the same way. We Atlantans have benefited from his choice to be a public servant since 1969, and even before that, and some of the things that he did in terms of breaking barriers, and then for his service as a judge. Nearly 40 years of active public service is quite an accomplishment, and as many have noted, thanks to the family for sharing him with us, because I know the time that it takes to put into doing this thing. For those of us who followed in his footsteps as president of the Atlanta City Council, well, he made it look easy. He served the role with grace and humor and skill, and as I said, lots of height that made me admire that. For those to come, they'll have to watch film or hear stories to learn about his legacy, and I hope that they will take that time. I want to speak a little bit to the young people out there. I was looking to see if there are any. But for anybody who never got the opportunity to dial a rotary phone or had to get up off the couch to turn the TV on, this is for you. Try to be a little bit like him. You won't make it all the way, but think about what you've heard today about Marvin Arrington Sr. and see if you can adopt a little bit of those choices in your life. We live in a different time where relationships aren't made for the long haul. Sometimes I think they're not even made for the short haul. And we define ourselves these days by our differences, but not our common features. And that's a shame. Let's not let the changes Judge Arrington led crumble away in the challenges of these times that we live in and that we're headed toward. Dedicate yourself to making a difference in any kind of way that makes sense to you. As I think somebody said, if the fight is worth fighting, jump on in. You can be used. It doesn't have to be at City Hall. It can be helping your family, your school, your neighborhood, or just the commitment to vote every single time you have the opportunity. We all have the same opportunity to make a choice to serve like Judge and Council President Marvin Arrington Sr. did. And we're going to say goodbye to his body today and over the next couple of days. But we're not going to say goodbye to all the good that he did for us and that he taught us to do. And he's going to remain alive in our hearts and heads. And we'll be reminded every time we come to City Hall and see his name over that door. And like the impact he made on the lives of thousands of Atlantans that have come before us and that will come after us, we'll all be better for it. Thank you for having me here. I appreciate the opportunity.
Good afternoon. Really? We're here to celebrate the life and the legacy of the Honorable Marvin S. Arrington Sr. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. That's how he would like it, right? I'm grateful to be here, and I want to salute the current mayor, our former mayors. It's so good to see y'all. the former council presidents, the current council president, the former council members, the current council members, but most importantly, all the Atlantans who are here and those who love Atlanta who are here and who love this man who served us for so long. Can we give him a round of applause? You know, I grew up here in Atlanta. I wasn't born here, but my parents were born here, and my mother introduced me to Marvin Arrington. And I really didn't understand who he was in 1969, 1970, when I was getting ready to go to an independent school. We called it a private school then, and there weren't many black people there. And my mother decided that I needed to speak to one of her friends, Marvin Arrington. I was like, well, I gotta talk to that dude. She's like, sit down, shut up, and listen. God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, so you could listen twice as much as you talk. Well, he lived in Southwest Atlanta with his family, but he had gone to Clark College. Today we call it Clark Atlanta University. And so that's how my mother knew him. She worked in the community, as did he. And she was aware that he could give me good counsel going into what she perceived to be an adverse situation. I helped integrate an independent school just the way Judge Arrington helped integrate Emory's Law School. And I didn't understand at age 12 what that really meant, but he helped explain it to me. And what a responsibility I had and an opportunity. This is what he did for all of us. He worked in the trenches, navigating and negotiating on behalf of every Atlantan. So I am grateful to the family for offering him to us for all the years that you did. He loved us and we loved him, but you all had to share, and we are grateful. We offer gratitude. I personally offer my gratitude for his wisdom and his kind words and his guidance. And then the man had grit, for goodness sakes. He was authentic before authentic was a thing. He took no tea for the fever, Mayor. No tea at all. The advice he gave me was be yourself. This was at 12 years old. I was student of color number 8 in a school that went K through 12 and had 2,000 students. And yes, I got called the N-word every day, and he was like, what's your point? Show him what that means. So the man had grit, and he was telling us that he was confident, competent, and compassionate every day of his life, which meant he offered grace to us, those who look like him and those who did not. He taught us about listening and acting, not being passive, but bringing your true self to the table and working on behalf of everyone, not only one. So I am grateful as an individual Atlantan. I offer thanks on behalf of all of us for all of the service that we received, all of the learnings and teachings that we received. Naming this chamber in his honor is so fitting. But I would say he was and is Atlanta and will always be. Thank you, Judge.
Well, good afternoon. It's really great to be here, and I just cannot say how thankful I am to the Arrington clan for having the opportunity to celebrate and honor a man who really provided my start in public service. Mr. Mayor, I think the mayor is gone, but he says he's approaching his 50s. Mayor Reed, you and I are kind of in our 50s. Doug Shipman, you said you were in your 50s. I don't have glasses. I can't see, so I didn't bring any notes. But I'll be brief. And I'm not talking really as a former city council president. To all the former council members, Mayor Reed, Mayor Shirley, I'm talking really as a 25, 26-year-old lawyer who had the opportunity to work on then President Marvin Arrington's campaign for mayor. And as Marvin and Marvin Jr., and I see many of the Wolfpack family, Uplift family here, I see Stephanie and David and Suzanne and Kevin, Pee Wee, and Joe. As you all know, we were consigned to work on that campaign. And we had an opportunity to see firsthand and work firsthand in a campaign that really was about the future of our city. For me, I really learned something incredible watching folks like Mac Wilborn sweep the floor and throw boxes while being a business owner, and watching Marvin Arrington do everything necessary to make that campaign successful. I learned that when you're involved in something, get involved and never be too high or too low to get it done. And I will say there were many times during that campaign that I got a call from Marvin and he would say, I need you to write this, or I need you to go do this, or I need you to think about this issue. And I was honored to do that. And it taught me a valuable lesson. Marvin, as has already been said, was tenacious but caring. He was very elegant, but he would get street on you in a moment. He was a mentor, a great father, a great friend, and someone at whose feet I really enjoyed sitting. I remember, and Mary, you'll get a kick out of this, I remember I'd become city council president. I'll tell this story and I'll be done. I become city council president, and my wife, Tiffany, was pregnant with our second child. And so I was one morning over at Emory Hospital, Crawford Long Hospital, for those of you who know. And I get this phone call, and I remember that it was a really sunny morning, and the sky was blue, and I was just there, and I can't recall if we were there for a regular checkup or what have you, but I had dropped Tiffany off, and I was parking the car, and my phone rang. And Marvin said, he didn't even introduce himself. He says, I thought there was a city council president down at City Hall, and I'm council president. He said, I thought there was a city council president, as Mayor Dickens said, and then I got a whole bunch of his love language. I mean, literally, I got a lot of his love language. And he said, well, Caesar, this issue is going on, and I'm thinking to myself, yes, I know this issue is going on, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm working on this issue. And he said, well, I don't know you're working on this issue. Nobody knows you're working on this issue. And then a few more choice love language words, and I didn't get a word in edgewise, and then click, and that was it. That experience really helped to mold and shape, as he did in so many other ways, my view and perspective on serving in this really important role. And it was an issue I think the city council and the mayor's office we were debating over, and Mayor Reed and I were debating in our classic way, and we finally and ultimately got on the same page, and we were lockstep. But Marvin's advice,
his admonishment. I really felt like I'm a Q. I'm a man of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. But I felt like a scroller getting some sort of cane put on my behind. But I'll never forget that moment because it really continued, as he had done so often in the years that I'd known him, shape how I served the public. And so I'm thankful to the Arrington family for sharing him with me and so many others. And I'm thankful that he took time to notice me as a young man and so many other young people, and to give us an opportunity to be meaningfully involved in his work and the work of serving Atlanta. So may God bless his memory. May God bless all of us. And may we remember his service. And to the young public servants in this room, remember Marvin Arrington Sr. Remember his work. And remember that if there's something that needs to be done and you're in a position to do it, get about it and be about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and a privilege to be here to share, and I want to say to the family, thank you so much for offering him and letting him do what he does best, because he has inspired so many lives, and particularly mine. I'm also very honored because when I was council president at the time that we were able to name this chamber after him, and I was able to say this to him himself, that I would not have been council president but for him. You never know who's watching. Before I even worked at City Hall, I was a volunteer running the cameras at the council meetings, and we watched him. And the people who were on the back with our headsets, we would laugh and joke about when he was going to shut the meeting down. When the council would just go on and on. His favorite saying that I remember was, "Fish or cut bait, it's time to move on." Then when I became a council aide at City Hall, I watched him in the hallways. And I remember this one particular day that he came in the office, he had his hands behind his back, and he was walking up and down and just peeking in every office. And I said to myself, ooh, something's going on. Council president's on the floor. And that's the other thing. He didn't even have to demand respect, he just got it. When he would come in the committee room, people would kind of sit up straight because the council president was in the room. And I will say that this one memory, because I have many, I called it, in the beginning, I called it Council Watergate. And some of you are here, you might remember this. And then later I called it the case of the running water. What he was doing was looking in every council member's office, and he noticed that everybody had started ordering these water coolers from these various companies and using the water and spending it with their council expenses. And he sent this very pointed letter to every member of the council to remind them that the city of Atlanta sold water. And to try to understand why the council would be buying water when in fact you are the one selling it. And to kindly suggest that if you wanted some other water, that you may want to purchase it with your own money. And so I said, everybody, that was a buzz, and I said, that is the city council Watergate. But the next morning, it was the case of the running water, because I never seen so many water coolers going down the hallway you couldn't get out. For all of the council members getting rid of their water, either changing it to their own. He knew how to handle things in a way that sometimes he had to get there with people, but always with statesmanship and grace. Thank you, Marvin Arrington Sr. Because of you and watching you, I knew that I wanted to be a council president one day. I was able to achieve that. I was able to get your support, hear your counsel. I was able to be here and be honored to name this chamber after you. And I will forever remember you and continue to serve this city. In one way or the other, we all can learn from him a life of service. Thank you so much. Rest in power.
At this time, the family of Judge Arrington would like to recognize the following persons who are here, and let me ask you to stand as we call your name. Mrs. Billy Aaron, Mrs. Carolyn Young, Mrs. Ruby Lucas, Mike Wilborn, and Brooke Jackson Edmond. Can we give them a hand? We thank God for their presence. At this time, we have a special video tribute by the Honorable Rob Pitts, the chairman of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners.
County Commission Chairman Rob Pitts, and I regret not being able to personally attend this celebration of life in honor of my man, my road dog, my dear friend, Marvin Arrington Sr. But please know I'm there in spirit. Now, Marvin wanted me to speak at his service. He told me that, was very specific about what he wanted me to say, but given the occasion, I really can't say it. But if you knew him, you can just imagine what he wanted me to say. Nevertheless, thanks to Marilyn, Marvin Jr., and Michelle, though, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words today. Marvin and I were both proteges of the late, great State Senator Leroy Johnson, who supported and guided us as we made our way in the world of politics. And when I was first elected to the Atlanta City Council, I was Marvin's seatmate. I was a newbie. I tried to read and listen to everything that was being said, but sitting next to Marvin, that was hard to do. He would lean in my ear constantly, and every other word was, "This is BS. These MFs don't know what they're talking about. Just follow my lead, you'll be fine." But, as you know, those are his two favorite words, MF. Throughout life, that was the Marvin we knew and loved. Now, quite frankly, I owe a debt of gratitude to him for my political success. He shaped my future by putting me in key positions where I could shine. In fact, one year he was so PO'd with half of the council, he appointed me to not one, not two, but three, to chair three different committees. Never been done since then. Now, today you're going to hear a lot about the contributions Marvin made to our community, and it's all true. But you know what made Marvin Marvin? His love of family. Even when he and I would be traveling around the world together, even when we may have been as drunk as Cooter Brown, he always talked about his family. They meant everything to him and always came first. Another thing that made Marvin Marvin, his burning desire to succeed. He was born, in his own words, on the other side of the tracks. Marvin was a dark-skinned brother who was not as refined as some thought he should be, given the positions of power he achieved, but his past and people's perceptions would not and did not stop him. In fact, that drove him to push harder and to excel, and he did. He often said he wanted to be the first black mayor of Atlanta. Marvin had deep ties to leaders in the white business community also. He worked to build bridges, knowing that to succeed, we had to work together. But in all of it, he never forgot who he was. That he was so proud of. Now, while it's true that Marvin was admired by many, make no mistake, he had his share of naysayers. And critics on both sides, though, knew one thing. Marvin truly loved Atlanta, Georgia, his hometown. Now, how will I remember my friend? Brilliant, cleaner than the Board of Health, an outstanding lawyer, easy to approach, committed to every cause he embraced, a street fighter and a straight shooter, a man who used the same simple language, whether he was addressing kings and queens or others. That was Marvin. So, as I close, I say rest in peace, my friend, and please watch your language up in heaven. No more enough. This one is for you. You're going to have it. everyone. I'm Fulton County Commission Chairman.
At this time, we welcome the Honorable Claire Muller, former Atlanta City Council member, and also the Honorable Myrtle Davis, also former Atlanta City Council person. They will come in that order.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you again, as everyone has, to the family for inviting me to come say a word or two about Marvin Arrington. Myrtle and I talked before yesterday about what we were going to say, and I really think she should have come before me because in lots of ways things were paved better as far as the number of women on the city council by the time I got here in 1990. Marvin, this little pamphlet that was passed out has the wonderful bottom, attorney, author, judge, and servant leader. And to me, I think the first one is the one that I remember the most, servant leader. There's several phrases that I'll never forget from Marvin. One of them we've heard many times, how you doing? Best day of my life. And the one that I heard all the time, every single month or twice a month when we got ready to go to city council meeting was wandering down the hall, let's go to work, let's go to work. And we started on time, and that was his way of, no intercom needed. He was just gonna go down the hall and yell it out. When I was brand new, when I was a newbie, as Rob just said, I sat right here and to his right, and I didn't say anything for a month or two. And I remember one time he said, "Speak up, Claire. Don't just sit there," and really did try to be a teacher, and I think he was to all of us. One of the things, and a leader in many ways, but he treated the entire council with great fairness, the men and the women. And we were about half female, half male by the time I got here. But I loved one story that I wanted to relate of Barbara Asher deciding that maybe the ladies should go to lunch before the council meetings and just have lunch. I'm not sure she used the word caucus. I'm pretty sure she might not have, but Marvin got wind of the fact that the ladies were having lunch before the council meeting. And that was not the whole council, it was just the ladies. And he said, so what are y'all talking about? And we said, well, we're just having lunch. And Barbara said, Marvin, would you like to join us for lunch? And he said, yes, I will be there. Where are you meeting? And we were meeting at a club somewhere that Barbara had organized. And he came and he sat down, and we ordered, and we talked, and we chatted, and he kept looking at his watch, and we were talking about our grandchildren and our children and where we got the blouse and whether or not we were going to get our hair done the next day. And he looked at his watch and he said, when is the meeting going to start? And we said, Marvin, this is the meeting. And he said, y'all are okay. So we thank you, Marvin. He took care of all of us, and we will remember you, and Atlanta will remember you.
Good afternoon. It is really a pleasure to be among this distinguished group of citizens of Atlanta who've come to bid adieu to our son, Marvin Arrington. One thing that can be said about this gathering is Marvin's great love he had for the city of Atlanta. It showed itself in so many ways. But you have enumerated most of them today. And that's the good part about being toward the end of the program. All we need to say now is a job well done, Marvin. You have done what you were supposed to have done, and it's now time to reap your reward in heaven. Let's say it all, may he rest in peace. Thank you very much.
At this time, we have tributes from the Honorable Natalie Hall, Fulton County Commission District 4, and also the Honorable Judge Kenya Johnson, Chief Judge of Fulton County Probate Court, and the Honorable John Goger, Superior Court Judge of Fulton County.
Good afternoon, everyone. To the Arrington family, Mrs. Arrington, Michelle, and my brother in service, Fulton County Commissioner Marvin S. Arrington, Jr. You know, I call him my brother in service because everybody always says, you have such a soft voice, but when I need a big voice, all I need to do is look to my left and call on my brother, and he will use that voice to fight for the people. To all of the elected officials and everyone here who loved and honored Marvin S. Arrington Sr. And I see a lot of Fulton County here, so I was instructed that everybody can't come up here with me, but I do want to recognize everyone. So if you would please stand, there are so many elected officials and county executives. We have Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt. Will all the Fulton County family please stand? We have Solicitor General Keith Gamage, Madam Clerk to the BOC, Tanya Greer and team, Madam Clerk of the Superior and Magistrate Court, Shay Alexander, Chief Public Defender Maurice Kenner, Deputy Public Defender LaWanda Walsh, Fulton County Marshal Maria McKee, and the Fulton County Marshal's Office, COO Dr. Pamela Rochelle, State Court of Fulton County Administration. And if Fulton, and oh, I forgot my friend, the First Lady of the Sheriff's Department, Jackie Labatt. And Sheriff, if you would join me, and Marshal McKee, please join me. That was approved. And so I want to just say, I've been around Atlanta for over 30 years and quietly been in the presence of all these great people. But one thing about Marvin Arrington Sr. is that when I would see him, he would always have an encouraging word. And the last time I saw him was at the screening of Bowlegs in South Fulton. And he said to me, "Young lady, where do you live?" And I said, "Washington Park." He said, "No, you don't." And looked me up and down. He said, "Washington Park?" I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "That was one of my favorite places to go and play tennis, was the tennis center in Washington Park." He said, "You are really for the people, and I want to encourage you to keep using that soft voice to fight for the people on the ground. I see your work. And so please continue to stay strong." And I said, with your son by my side, I won't have any problem staying strong. All right, and I have a proclamation that it was an honor to sponsor, and it has full board approval, of course. And I won't read the entire thing because I was approved to bring up the sheriff and the marshal, and I'm sure that you have something to say. I do have your letter, Marshal McKee. But the proclamation reads, whereas the Honorable Marvin S., and you know they couldn't fit everything on this proclamation. This is a great man. When I was walking up, I was hearing this song in my head, what a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. Who is that, In Vogue? I could hear that because all the great things that people have said before I arrived up here. It says, whereas the Honorable Marvin S. Arrington Sr. faithfully served the residents of Fulton County for over 43 years in the distinguished capacities of Fulton County Superior Court Judge, President, member of the Atlanta City Council, and Marvin S. Arrington Sr. was a Fulton County native born on February 10, 1941 at Grady Hospital to loving parents who worked to ensure their son would obtain his education from fine institutions such as H.M. Turner High School, Clark College, and was one of the first 2 African-American students to integrate full-time studies at the Emory University School of Law. And whereas Marvin S. Arrington Sr. received numerous honors and awards throughout his career, including being voted as one of Atlanta's top lawyers, being recognized among the 100 most influential people in Georgia, and being honored with the Chief Justice Robert Benham Award for Community Service from the Georgia Bar Association. He was also a proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. And Marvin S. Arrington Sr. was a dedicated public servant who set precedences in many areas, including becoming the first African-American elected to the Atlanta Board of Aldermen in 1969, and being re-elected as president to the renamed Atlanta City Council, where he introduced legislation to remove signs designating white and colored water fountains in Atlanta City Hall, and on what buckets on the city's public works trucks, as well as many others. And whereas Marvin S. Arrington Sr.'s proudest achievement was his family, he was the proud father of 2 children who also became attorneys, Marvin Jr. and Michelle, and grandfather of Kennedy Kendall. Is that a signal for me to stop talking? Oh, okay. Michelle and grandfather of Kennedy, Kendall, Madison, and McKinley. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes Marvin S. Arrington Sr. for a life of integrity, commitment, and dedicated service to his family and the citizens of Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Thursday, July 27th, 2023, as Marvin S. Arrington Sr. Remembrance Day in Fulton County, Georgia. We love you.
Good afternoon, everyone, family, friends, and distinguished guests. My name is Maria McKee. I am the Fulton County Marshal, and I have something for the family. Renowned civil rights national icon and global influential political hero, the Honorable Judge Marvin S. Arrington Sr. On this day, we stand with this amazing family, reflecting upon the brilliance and clever demeanor your loved one always displayed before others. To be candid and honest appeared to be his life's commitment to society. To know Judge Arrington simply meant you were blessed to encounter a man of quality, integrity, and tremendous substance. Through his gift of compassion and love for mankind, he spoke volumes of peace into the community. Truly, the Honorable Judge Marvin S. Arrington Sr. will be greatly missed. However, we are blessed in knowing his incredible legacy will forever remain within our hearts. As I think upon his incredible spirit, I am encouraged to know his spirit merges with a few words from the poem Invictus. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. With God, I am the captain of my soul. Respectfully submitted today on behalf of myself, Fulton County Marshal, and the Fulton County Marshal's Department. Thank you, family.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We can do better than that. Listen, as I told Marvin earlier, I'll be brief as long as it takes. Listen, when you look around this room and this panel of distinguished guests, this is Atlanta. This is Atlanta. And the important thing about that, and I told Lil Marvin, as I called him, yesterday, how blessed I am personally, how blessed my wife and I, Jackie Labatt, are as a family, because I got to experience Uncle Bo in a different light. Both professionally, he was unapologetic about what he did. And so from a law enforcement perspective, to be able to see him clear a courtroom, y'all know what I'm talking about. It made national news. Clear a courtroom. Kicked those that did not look like him out and was unapologetic about it. Understanding that we still have work to do. When I look and go to the Fulton County Jail and there are 2,800 people that look like us, there's more work to be done. And so I called Jackie one day, and you talk about your seatmate, Commissioner. I called her one day and I said, did you see what little Marvin did? She said, he's just like his daddy. And so I'll leave you with this. First time I was running for sheriff. And understand, I am only sheriff because of some of the people in this room. Mayor Franklin, Mayor Reed, I would not be sheriff if it were not for you. I say that with all my heart. Because I don't forget where I come from. But understand, I went to a Turner High breakfast the first time I was running for sheriff. Now, I ran for sheriff 3 times. And if you're a member of Kappa Alpha Psi Sergeant Caesar, you understand what that means. But whether it was a pie, the new or the pie that comes along with it. I'm in the middle of 300 or 400 members from graduates from Turner High School, and he stands up and he says, started with a little love language publicly, and says, this Negro wants to be the sheriff of Fulton County. And Reverend Miley, as I tried to hide, I didn't win that race. And I saw him later on. I had the honor of seeing him, and he said, Henrietta, he said, listen, that just wasn't meant for you. There's a time and a place. But more importantly, after some love language, you don't have the inclination to quit. You are not going to quit. You are going to move to this next level and what that looks like. So I did go work for Mayor Reed and learned what I needed to learn. But more importantly, from Uncle Bo and Aunt Marilyn, it was the family connection between Marvin and Michelle and Gerard's back there somewhere, and little Joe. And the members of Kappa Alpha Psi, that through achievement, we understood one thing: there is no quit. And I would not be here if it weren't for my wife and if it weren't for Uncle Bo. So thank you. I am honored to be here. I love you. There's nothing you can do about it.
Good day, everyone. I am here joined with Judge Clarence Cuthbert, and we represent the judicial section of the Gate City Bar Association, the first minority bar association in the Southeast. As a young prosecutor in the Fulton County Courthouse, I practiced before Judge Arrington, a legal giant here in Atlanta. And what we learned was not only how to follow the law, but how to be socially conscious, even when the two do not reconcile. Often I would see him in the courthouse, as well as in the Publix on Cascade, and he would be walking around as a judge of the people without security. And people would run up to him and say, "Judge, how you doing? Where you headed? You need any help?" And when they would ask him how he was doing every day, he would say, Today is the best day of my life. And so years later, he voluntold me as an alumni of Clark Atlanta University that I needed to gather all the practicing attorneys from Clark College and Clark Atlanta University so he could pour wisdom into us. And that is the type of person he was. I am honored to have practiced in front of him and to aspire to be a judge in his name. And with that, we'd like to present a proclamation to honor the legal giant that he was. I ask that all of the judicial section of the Gate City Bar Association, some of who are still here, if they would stand and join me in presenting this proclamation. They may have had to go back to court, okay? And to say thank you to the Arrington family for you and giving us the best days of his life. And to Judge Arrington, we salute you, Brother Judge. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'll say it again, good afternoon. So it's good to see all of you. I hope that Marvin's spirit somehow found his way here this afternoon, because I know he would love to listen to all these folks talk about him and hear the things that we've all heard today. So, I was Marvin's law partner for 10 years and served with him throughout his tenure on the bench of Fulton County, Superior Court bench of Fulton County. In our law practice, we had a lot of adventures together. And on the bench, we served as each other's consigliere, and we'd help each other out with the tough issues that were presented. You know, he and I were so different. I grew up in North Jersey, and Marvin came from the south side of Atlanta. But I think the differences in our backgrounds is what actually really brought us together. There was always something that the other guy didn't know or understand about something that the other guy had. But it always seemed to me that the road he traveled was much different than my little highway, I always thought that he had more challenges. He also had more exciting things going on in his life, and sometimes they were scary. Just for instance, and not going into all the details, so I remember the time we were coming back from some case we had in Sparta, and as we're coming back, Marvin tells me about the time that he's in this, fairly substantial tennis tournament. He's a teenager kid, and he looks over on the other side of the net, and there's this skinny kid over there. And Marvin's sure this is going to be a two-set deal, and that's it. I'm going home. Well, it ended in an hour, and it was a two-set deal, just like Marvin predicted. But the skinny kid was Arthur Ashe, so it didn't work out too well for Marvin. Arthur Ashe came through town many years later after that event, and I think it was at the Lawyers Club or the Commerce Club he was speaking, and he reminded Marvin, made a point of reminding Marvin of their little dust-up. But I don't know that, that I could have ever understood what it would be like to go through life in a segregated society. People like me, we try to understand, we say we understand. We don't really understand that. It's just something that I don't know that I've got the tools to actually understand it. In the Bowlegs documentary, Governor Barnes, I thought, synthesized it pretty well when he took a dramatic instance of what Marvin did when he and Clarence Cooper enrolled in the Emory Law School. Now, the law school environment is tough, and I don't care how privileged you are, how smart you are, how rich you are, it is tough. And every one of these lawyers and judges here, they know exactly what I'm talking about. But to go through that in the context of a discriminated, segregated legal society, I just don't know. I don't understand how that works. And I just couldn't understand how he did it, or so many others of his colleagues who followed him through Emory and all the other law schools in Georgia and elsewhere that didn't have a lot of black folk in their school. Well, Marvin was able to earn that law degree and build a very successful law practice. At the same time, though, that he grew that law practice and his political ambitions, he was raised in a family with Maryland. Now, in my world, when I came up, I had 24 hours to take care of my practice and my family. I don't know what kind of clock the Lord gave Marvin, but in his 24 hours, he did so much more. He took care of the family life, he had the law firm, he had the clients, he had the community relations, the city council, he had to go to courthouses. I don't know how he did it. And I never heard him say, you know, my plate is full. I haven't got time. I can't do that. Not now. He was always ready. You know, another thing, so much attention has been given to Marvin's success in politics and the law, but there are so many individuals who can share their own personal story about something that happened to them because of Marvin. You know, I'm a judge because of Marvin's support. I mean, he really got me on the bench. But there was also those people whose houses may have been in foreclosure that he put a stop to, or some kid who found himself in Superior Court in real trouble, and Marvin got that case diverted someplace else. Or he'd take business partners who are in a real dispute, sit them down, and somehow make them work through it and get to the other side. And then there was a time, this is good, and there was a time, there was a guy who, Marvin's going to his car, it's kind of late at night, maybe 9:30, we were working on a case, and the guy comes in and wants to stick Marvin up. And comes up and back with him, says, I need your wallet. He's got a gun. Marvin turns around to him, and the guy looks at him and says, Bo? So Marvin takes $20 out of his pocket and says, give me the gun. Okay. And now here's what I want you to do tomorrow. He gave the guy a tip where he could go get a job. So that's Marvin. And then, you know, there was his, the time on the bench. Marvin had been in all, this is what I think, one of the many things that made him such a good judge. He had been in all sorts of courtrooms, and he'd seen all sorts of judges. So he knew what it took. And he also understood that judges rarely make both sides happy. You know, one team's going to win, and it's not going to work out for the other team. Marvin liked to say, you know, I like to bring both my ears into the courtroom and all my common sense. And he just wanted to make sure that win or lose, nobody walked out of the room thinking they didn't get their day in court, their fair hearing. You know, someone once said that, you know, if you're lucky, if you have 4 or 5 people who you can truly call a friend, and you can share any thought you have, enjoy their company, be parted and separated, come back together again, and pick up where you left off, they'll forgive your thoughts, they'll forgive your faults and affirm your virtues. That's a real friend. And Marvin Arrington was one of those persons for me. And I believe and hope I was one of those for him. You know, ever since Marvin passed, you know, and putting together these little remarks and stuff, I've had occasion to think, remember, recall, maybe every day, thinking about something that he did or said, and I got to tell you, I always, those thoughts always end with me smiling or just feeling good, you know. And that's a wonderful bequest he left to all of us. He left some great memories. So I know you're in here, Marvin. Thank you.
At this time, we will be favored with a presentation and resolution coming from Dr. Sam Burston, the Vice President of External Affairs at Clark Atlanta University.
We are going to be done before 2 o'clock, so give yourselves a big round of applause today. Marvin, your dad would be proud of us today. Good afternoon. Today, my colleague, Vice President of Alumni Relations and Engagement, Dr. Lori Sadler, and I bring you greetings on behalf of the Clark Atlanta University family and the 5th President of CAU, Dr. George T. French, Jr. This July, as CAU launches a year-long celebration of the 35th anniversary of the consolidation of Clark College and Atlanta University to form CAU, Clark Atlanta University, it is fitting, and we are so honored today to have an opportunity to share a few words about this great Atlanta icon, the Honorable Marvin S. Arrington Sr. Let's give him a huge Atlanta round of applause, please. We thank and give our love to Marvin Jr., Michelle, Marilyn, and the entire Arrington family. Now, as a kid growing up in Atlanta and a Grady baby myself, I had the opportunity as a kid to witness firsthand Marvin Arrington Sr. and his siblings when they visited his mother, who lived right next door to my Aunt Ruby and my Uncle Gordon. And they used to cut up Marvin all the time. So as a kid, I had a chance to witness it early. I watched Judge Arrington as I grew up during his political years, his judicial years, and his engagement with the entire Atlanta community. He was truly a man of the people and a man for the people. As a dedicated CAU board member, he was instrumental in the establishment of Clark College and AU to form Clark Atlanta University. During the screening of Bowlegs held on campus February 27th of this year, we were excited to see him come into the room as he expressed his love for Atlanta, his devotion to youth, and his dedication to the university. At the end of the documentary, Henrietta Anthony, in his own authentic way, in his own authentic manner, he stated, and I quote, "Clark Atlanta University is a damn good school." Then he thanked the audience for supporting this great institution and said, "If you need anything, give me a call, and if you can't give me, give Marvin a call." He's talking about you, Marvin, and we will be giving you a call. Tomorrow afternoon, he will make his last visit to CAU. As the cortege passes the campus, it will pause in front of the main gates, and we'll play the alma mater in his honor. Dr. Sadler.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Marvin Jr., Michelle, Arrington family, friends, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the entire CAU community, I would like to present a resolution of remembrance for our alumnus, Marvin S. Arrington Sr. In the interest of time, I will only share a few lines from the resolution. Whereas alumnus Marvin Arrington Sr. graduated from Clark College with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Social Science and a minor in Physical Education in 1964, and whereas alumnus Marvin Arrington Sr. was a dedicated public servant leader, a long-standing member of Clark Atlanta University Board of Trustees, became president of the Atlanta City Council, and he was appointed to Fulton County Superior Court Judge by former Governor Roy Barnes, And whereas alumnus Marvin Arrington's legacy lives on through his son Marvin S. Arrington Jr., his daughter Michelle Arrington, their mother Marilyn Arrington, his brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, a host of family and friends, and the Atlanta community on which he has made such an indelible mark. Therefore, be it resolved that President George T. French Jr., the Board of Trustees, the faculty and staff, the alumni and students of Clark Atlanta University hereby celebrate his life and offer condolences and sympathy, along with this resolution of remembrance to the Arrington family. The resolution is signed by George T. French Jr., University President, and Lori L. Sadler, Vice President of Alumni Relations and Engagement. And may we take just a moment to recognize any alumni that are here from Clark Atlanta University. If you would take a moment and please stand.
All CAU alum.
All CAU alum. Outstanding. Outstanding. Thank you. May God comfort and keep you, the entire family, during this time.
By way of acknowledgments, the family of the Honorable Marvin Arrington would like to thank Miss Alicia Ivy, the Atlanta City Council, the Mayor's Office of Constituent Services, the Uplift family, Murray Brothers Funeral Home, the Turpo family, Dr. Rod Edmond, President Doug Shipman, all members of the Atlanta City Council, Senator Sonia Hepburn, the Honorable Chi Alexander, the Honorable Cassandra Kirk, the Honorable Dana Barrett, the Honorable Edrin Bell, the Honorable Vincent Fort, the Honorable Damon Davis, Solicitor Keith Gamage, the District Attorney Fonnie Willis. A proclamation also came from the city of South Fulton, the Honorable Jared Samples, the Honorable Abel Mabel Thomas, Senator Nan Arnrock, Atlanta School Board, and the Atlanta City Council also prepared a special tribute video immediately following the tribute by Pastor Anthony Motley of the Lindsay Street Baptist Church. At this time, my friend and brother, wonderful pastor, the Reverend Anthony A.W. Motley will come.
Let us bow, please. For all that you do for us, our compassionate Heavenly Father, and all that you have done for us through your servant, judge, attorney, council president, lover of Atlanta, and all of humanity, Marvin Stevens Arrington Sr., Arrington's service father. His service record makes it crystal clear that because of his allegiance to Christ and the freedom movement, he was dedicated to improving the quality of life for all your children, especially those on the margins, under bridges, and making their beds on the streets, those who make their beds on the streets of our cities.
He wanted to make a difference, and not just a dollar. And he did. He wanted to right the wrongs of life, straighten out the crooked places, break down the barriers of race, class, gender, sexual orientation, and all of the other exclusionary evils that plague the human condition. We thank you, Lord, for Marvin's life and the legacy of love, of loving God with all his heart, mind, soul, and strength, and all of his neighbors, all of them, as he loved himself. In the name of your Son and our Savior, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And for his sake we pray. Let the people of God say, amen.
He was a star football player, an HBCU grad, a student activist during Jim Crow.
Marvin fought for freedom. He fought for freedom for everybody.
When times were hard here in Atlanta, as a student, when the student movement was coming along, he was on the forefront.
Dr. King would say, without the foot soldiers, you wouldn't have seen any progress.
He integrated his law school, ran a prestigious law firm.
He built one of the largest African-American firms here in the United States, and nobody gave him anything. He built it from scratch.
He was one of the major players, a barrier breaker.
Great lawyer. He made a great judge, but he's a great individual, too. He cut a wide swath.
He was bold. He was outspoken. When you're bold, most often you're truthful, and Marvin fought the fight.
He counseled a growing city, administering the right policies year after year. He then became a passionate judge.
That's kind of the legacy of Marvin. People called upon him to save us, to come and restore justice, to come and protect what we have built. And he has done that his entire career and his entire life. And his is a story that people who aspire to public service, they need to know it.
The ultimate coalition builder. While he is unapologetic about his community and his blackness, he is able to reach across racial lines, ethnic lines, and also political lines in order to get things done.
A fighter, an advocate, a mentor, a litigator, an activist, a fixer, a teacher, a guide. But above all, Marvin Arrington Sr. was a leader, a natural-born visionary who helped galvanize a mid-sized southern city into an international cosmopolitan community.
Atlanta became the Black Mecca because of the leadership of Marvin Arrington Sr.
How Atlanta got to be the Atlanta that it is today. It's because of the blood, sweat, tears, sacrifice, and service of political giants like Marvin Arrington Sr.
He was a rainmaker par excellence. If he was a man ahead of his generation when it came to thought processes and ideas, he's an understated leader in Atlanta whose story has not been told.
He's been impactful in a number of ways in regards to Atlanta's infrastructure, transportation, any and everything you can think about, and really making sure that the city of Atlanta was well on its way to where it is now.
Marvin's vision, quite frankly, was ahead of his time. He understood where this city was going. He understood that Atlanta, as an international city, would continue to be a place where people will want to come and live and interact and pursue their dreams.
Marvin Arrington Sr. is definitely one of the architects of this new Atlanta, which really is a model for the whole world to use.
He was part of a very important transition for a major southern city. For African Americans and whites to work together post-civil rights over the last 50 years, he has a prominent place in that.
A civil rights attorney, corporate attorney, and then a judge? Come on, man. On top of being a leading politician? I mean, you can't do much more than that. He is Atlanta's Black Mecca example.
And because he was an Atlanta homeboy, Marvin was the first kind of politician you knew who ascended to a level that said that's Atlanta. That's Atlanta's own.
He should be celebrated. He was someone who people watched grow into this Atlanta icon. His name should be called amongst the great of our city. We all know the story of Dr. Martin Luther King and so many other civil rights leaders who've called Atlanta home, but for us in Atlanta, we have to remember that Marvin's name has to be called in that same way.
As the longest-serving city council president, he led Atlanta's transformation as a popular and relevant city. In the 1970s, he began working behind the scenes as a powerful voice of a once marginalized people. In the 1980s, he helped open doors with city contracts that led to a Black business boom and Black home ownership. In the 1990s, his day-to-day legislative work ushered in Atlanta's emergence as a world-class city.
Historically, he was a part of the fiber and fabric of Atlanta. He was homegrown.
He made an indelible mark on politics in Atlanta, Georgia. Marvin became a
been a shaker. He was driven. He was outspoken. He spoke out at the right time. He didn't shoot from the hip. He shot from the heart.
Marvin Arrington Sr. was one of the founding fathers of Atlanta, of modern Atlanta. He's helped mold and structure and provide the infrastructure for the city of Atlanta to be the booming, bustling city that it is today.
Marvin was our prime minister in Atlanta. Nothing would not have happened in Atlanta had it not been Marvin Arrington's involvement.
Marvin Arrington changed the way city government even read.
He understood the courts, he understood the police, he understood the business community. We are not immune to controversy and conflict. The reason we are functioning is we have people like Marvin Arrington that know how to deal with things.
Marvin Arrington was the lion of the Atlanta City Council, secured the Olympic Games, built out MARTA, developed the highway system in the city of Atlanta, turned us into a major convention center, turned us into a major tourism destination, developed the largest airport, busiest airport on the planet. All of those things were done by men and women. And in the pantheon of them is Marvin Arrington Sr.
Inside parquet, butter, country crock when we been a corner. That bitch slick pimpin' when I run up on her. She say I make her sick, give a bitch pneumonia. I get the party started from here to California. One stop, straight drop. You know what it is? I still find my thrill in the middle of Dixie Hills. Ask me no question, I tell you no lies. They say it's greater indicator, but the west side is this side.
Dirty, dirty, all Atlanta, all the praise, Fulton County.
Marvin Stevens Arrington Sr. was born February 10, 1941, at Grady Hospital in downtown Atlanta. He grew up in one of the poorest neighborhoods in the city, the Grady Homes Public Housing Projects. His father, George, was a truck driver, his mother, Maggie, a domestic worker. Although growing up with limited means, his family always pushed education on Marvin and his siblings.
He came up in the area of Summerhill. We were just average people. We were not rich people. We were people just trying to make it. We moved from Summerhill to the project, which was a great thing for us because it was better for us. A lot of people talk about the project, but the project was a good move for us.
When I was 6 or 7, my father hit the Georgia lottery, which they called the bug back in those days. It was not legal, it was illegal. And won some money, and he paid $10,000 for a house at 883 Neal Street. But man, we was something else. We had a living room, and my parents had their own suite. We had what we call a TV area, and a kitchen, bathroom, refrigerator. It was fairly comfortable for me.
I'm gonna show you about Vine City. Not then, I'm gonna show you how it is now. That's Vine City now. So you know what it was when I grew up. I had a shotgun when I grew up. I'm 83 years old. This is Vine City right now. They call it the Bluff. Lightning, Hills Avenue.
Marvin was a street boy, born in Greater Hospital, raised on the street of Greater Home. We both grew up in poor families, loving families though, families that wanted us to have a better life than the life they had had. So his parents encouraged him to go to school, get a degree.
Growing up in the 1940s and 50s, Atlanta was marred by Jim Crow segregation. Access to full citizenship for African Americans was limited.
The U.S. Supreme Court justices used the actual phrase of Booker T. Washington that he gave in Piedmont Park here in Atlanta, and they termed separate but equal, and they codify segregation into law as the actual way of the land. And what this does is it makes public property like private property.
Following the Montgomery bus boycott, a group of preacher activists gathered in Atlanta to strategize the next steps for equal rights for African Americans. In 1957, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. joined forces with Ralph Abernathy, Fred Shuttlesworth, Joseph Lowry, and other civil rights leaders to form the Southern Christian Leadership Conference.
And Atlanta, presented that they were the first major southern city to integrate in 1961. I mean, what cannot be undeniable about what Atlanta is to black folk is that real conversation around black education, the historically black colleges, black economics, the Sweet Auburn District, black political empowerment and electoral politics, black expressive culture, and black spirituality. With all of those institutions that were established in a particular kind of way, it's Atlanta that moves to the fore.
We took it from Birmingham. You know the history. Birmingham, Magic City and all of that, they were supposed to be the great city of the South. But Atlanta, because of that, we didn't have the hoses and the dogs and the terrible atrocities against the demonstrators in the streets of Birmingham. And Atlanta became that ideal Mecca.
In the backdrop of Deep South racism and the growing influential leaders seeking ways to curb it, a young Marvin Arrington and his fiery leadership was molded. Early on, he had set his sights higher than his upbringing showed, inspired to make a difference for his people and his city.
When you were raised in the city of Atlanta, you understand that not only is the segregation as far as white and black concerned, is also in the school system too, among black people. We had to work harder. We had to work harder, because, we just wanted to prove ourselves that we can do it too.
It was very difficult getting a formal education. We had books with pages absolutely torn out of chapter. You'd be in chapter 3 and pick up in chapter 5, chapter 6. Pages missing. Segregation was very difficult, hard, but impacting, and it made you study harder. Subsequently went to 3 elementary schools, not because I was dumb, But because of segregation, I started off at E.R. Carter, I went on to English Avenue, and then I went on to A.F. Herndon Elementary School, where I had some great teachers.
The environment during that time was similar to what I experienced, just segregated facilities, segregated everything. But the good thing about it, it kept us connected to one another. And that connection, out of that connection came a lot of real friendships. And to this day, Marvin's friendships go back to his elementary, middle, and high school days. I mean, he can name them. And being the outgoing personality that he was, he actually attracted a lot of people to him.
The Arrington family unit was poor, but provided a stable and nurturing environment for Marvin and his siblings, Joseph, Elaine, Audrey, and Cynthia.
I think he's a good person because he's never given me any trouble. And that's something to say there, you know, you're going to raise a kid and, you know, they don't get in trouble. You know, so many times young boys, they just get in trouble. He's never been locked up or anything. And, well, since he's my son, I'm not saying it because he's my son. I think he's a pretty nice fellow.
Marvin was the middle child, and I don't know if that middle child syndrome, after I thought about him, you know, middle children are a little different. He loved his mom and the whole family. They are really a strong family. One thing they do always say when they see each other, I love you. So they'll say that constantly to each other.
I can remember during his high school days when there were a group of boys, they were all friends. I think about 3 of the boys dropped out of school. I got real worried about it after they were dropping out so fast. So then I asked Marvin, I said, Marvin, are you going to drop out of school because the other boys have dropped out? He said, no, Mama. He said, I'm not going to drop out. He said, I'm going to finish high school. He said, I'm going to make you real proud of me. So when he graduated from high school, he said, I told you so. And he said, I'm going further. He said, I'm going to college. So he went on to college.
Always an active kid growing up, a young Marvin Arrington picked up football. He would go on to Turner High School and be a star quarterback. He then earned an athletic scholarship to play at Clark College, now Clark Atlanta University. While at Clark, Marvin immersed himself to campus life. Besides excelling as a star football athlete, he joined the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity.
Really gregarious. I mean, he was outgoing. Everybody knew Marvin Arrington, popular on campus. And with Clark being a small campus, you know, it didn't take much. And being a native Atlantan, I want to give that real credit because he already knew a lot of the people who were on the campuses.
We were hungry for success. We were driven, especially Marvin, who was focused and driven. He really wanted to make something of himself.
I played on one of the greatest high school teams ever played here at H.M. Turner High School. We went 8-1-1. Great football team. Then I went on to college and played under one of the great coaches of all time, L.S. Epps. And we had one of the greatest teams in the history of Clark my junior, senior year. We went 16-2. First time in 1962 that we defeated Morris Brown and Morehouse in the same year.
On the football field in practice, Bo started off playing quarterback his freshman year. I think after that, he gained a little weight. Coach moved him to the end. The next year, he gained some more weight working on the railroad. Coach moved him to guard. And one day in practice, we needed a tackle. Tackles were either hurt or doing something else. And the coach said, legs, get down and tackle. And Bo looked over at Coach and said, Coach, I ain't planning on down tackle. He said, you done moved me all around this field. And Coach Epps, pretty big fella himself. Coach said, legs, if you don't get down and tackle, I'm going to lose this size 12 in your behind. And Bo looked at him and said, Coach, and you're going to be a one-legged football coach.
He was the best halfback, running back, with them bow legs that Clark had ever had.
And it was funny. People didn't call him Marvin. They called him Bowlegs.
Bowlegs, me. Bowlegs, and that's a term of endearment, you know. I don't, you know, every time I see him, I'll say, Bowlegs, how you doing?
You know, they call Marvin Bo because he's bow-legged. And I didn't know for a long time. Everybody was calling and say, hey, Bo. And I said, Marvin. I said, what's? He said, oh, they call me that because I'm bow-legged. And, you know, it's another great example of just that spirit and that humor.
Marvin really looms larger than life for those of us who are from the city and those who came to know him. Some of them know him as Bolex. Some of them know him from his football days at Clark, from Turner High School. So again, you kind of hear about this legend of a guy. Then when you unfold the book of the chapters of his life, you understand really how important he is.
Marvin was thin-skinned, rambunctious, and combative. He was also very popular, engaging, and a fun guy to be around. He was also on the football team, so he was a student athlete, but he was serious about his studies.
Marvin Arrington graduated from Clark College in 1963, right at the pinnacle years of the Civil Rights Movement.
Of course, our most famous citizen is Martin Luther King. And some people like to think he's just somebody that just arrived on the scene in the 1950s. He was the third generation of Morehouse men in his family by the time that he came along. So these leaders had been in place for many years.
When we begin to talk about what Atlanta means, is there's a booming textile industry here in the city. There's a booming transportation industry here in the city, but there's also an opportunity for Black folk to receive an education. And so that sets the standard. Those institutions of higher learning and other institutions allow for the establishment of businesses that we see in what we know of as the Sweet Auburn District, with the establishment of Atlanta Life Insurance, with Mutual Savings Bank, with the Yates and Milton Apothecary, the Oddfellows Building. I mean, we see churches that are established in this area. And so that shows us the Sweet Auburn District as the Black economic arm.
Seeing the injustice of segregation all around him, Marvin, now the college graduate, was bent on making his mark to improve conditions for African Americans throughout a divided Atlanta region. He decided to go to law school.
It was during the heyday of the Civil Rights Movement, so most of the blacks who decided to go to law school back then went to law school primarily to get a law degree and participate in the Civil Rights Movement as lawyers representing handling civil rights cases. So we were focused on becoming a part of the movement and doing what we could as lawyers to advance the movement.
The impact that African Americans have and can make when they are lawyers. I believe lawyers are social engineers. That's what Thurgood Marshall said.
Black lawyers were among the most prominent and important people in that regard. Black people got involved in politics after lawyers filed a suit. If you're going to have political power, you got to organize the people, and you got to have lawyers to file these suits. The NAACP was filing these suits, and the ACLU and some other more liberal white organizations were really doing. So without the lawyers, all these segregated laws would still be here.
Marvin then applied and was accepted at Howard University Law School. Off to D.C. he went, but quickly into his first semester, Marvin was starting to miss home.
After our first year of law school at Howard University, Marvin, whom I think really became homesick while we were in D.C. in our first year of law school. I think he contemplated at that time that he wanted to transfer.
That summer, after his first year, Marvin bumped into the dean of the law school at Emory University Law.
During the summer following our first year in law school, we both got jobs at the post office. We were working alongside each other. And at that time, Marvin was telling me about efforts he had undertaken to transfer from Howard University to Emory University. And at that time, there were no black law school students at Emory University. So he would keep me abreast of his efforts to get into Emory. I will always tell him, I wish you every success in your efforts to transfer, but I'm going back to Howard because I have a scholarship. We were both poor.
After much reluctance, Marvin was able to convince his friend to join him as Emory's first black law students ever.
And Clarence said to me, man, these white folks ain't gonna let us in that school. And I said to him, we'll never know until we try. And so we made formal application, and that was the beginning of Marvin Arrington's experiences at Emory University, and it was fabulous. Our whole Emory in high esteem.
I think the dean had prepared the student body for our coming. I think the dean may have told the student body that at the beginning of the academic year, we would have black students, 2 black students, will be a part of the law school student body, because we did not incur any kind of hostility that a lot of other blacks had encountered when they were the first to become black students at a previously all-white school.
Just think about the courage that it took to walk into a place where there had never been one like you, and knowing the resentment and the hatred that they must have felt. It didn't faze Marvin one bit. And it took someone like Marvin and Clarence. Clarence was the quiet one. Marvin was the one that was always talking, to be able to break that barrier.
Both Marvin Arrington and Clarence Cooper graduated in 1967.
Came from all over, and Atlanta declared itself the crown jewel of the South. And they were going to be above and beyond. And the federal government invested money in that to kind of reclaim the South. So Atlanta has had this kind of entrepreneurship. So Booker T. Washington was part of the planning for that. And Henry Grady wanted Booker T. Washington to be a part of the planning of that. They set aside their differences. And then on the other hand, at Atlanta University, you have W.E.B. Du Bois teaching. So you got Booker T. Washington on one side and all happening in Atlanta. So the civil rights movement is on that foundation. And Marvin, who lived here and grew up here, in the second and third generation here, I mean, they learned some of this just by osmosis. Some of it was taught. They learned by osmosis. I mean, they just learned it because they were here. The experience of people who have read the... There was nothing about Atlanta that could say they were the crown jewel in 1895. It's aspiration. So they taught aspirational thinking. You see this, you see Henry Grady do it. You see Booker T. Washington, you see W.E.B. Du Bois. Well, why can't I, Marvin Arrington Sr., do that?
In 1967, now fresh out of law school, Marvin Arrington had limited opportunities. No law firms in the city were looking to bring on black and up-and-coming attorneys.
When we came out of law school, there were no white law firms hiring black law school students. And I remember when I went to court, there were no black judges, no black district attorneys, and everything was what we used to refer to as lily white.
Marvin Arrington began working for his future mentor, Leroy Johnson, one of the few prominent black lawyers in Atlanta. Born and raised in the city, Johnson graduated from Morehouse College and got an early start as a civil rights pioneer. In 1962, Johnson was elected to the Georgia General Assembly, becoming the first black state senator to be elected to the legislature since Reconstruction.
As a member of a minority group, I'm accustomed to fighting against great odds. Now, we're not going to give up. Someone said our head is bloody but unbowed.
Marvin began working for Johnson at his law firm. These formative years for the young lawyer expanded his possibilities to making an impact.
Across the city of Atlanta, Marvin Arrington, Leroy Johnson, and others joined forces to become a part of Atlanta's best of the best.
Jesse Hill, Herman Russell, and Leroy Johnson, I mean, they laid a foundation for us, and we took off from it.
As Atlanta was beginning its ascendancy as a prominent city, tragedy struck in the spring of 1968. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis that April 4th. The city's most cherished resident and the country's civil rights hero suddenly is gone.
68 was a very pivotal year. That was a year where America was undergoing a transformational period. It was the Vietnam War, it was escalating. It was a year that Richard Nixon was elected. It was a year that Martin Luther King was killed. It was a year that Bobby Kennedy was killed.
Atlanta was still a segregated city, even though the Civil Rights Act had passed, the Voting Rights Act had passed, and people were voting in good numbers. But the mindset of the city was still that of a segregated community.
Atlanta was going through a transitional period as well. Middle-class black folks were beginning to migrate across the Peyton Wall. 4 or 5 years before that, then Mayor Ivan Allen had erected a wall, which was probably the worst period in Atlanta's history, sort of like the Berlin Wall, right across Peyton Road, to avoid any ownership by black folks coming across Peyton Road.
To see a mayor decide to put up a barricade to stop black people from coming to a certain part of town on Peyton Road is amazing that it would ever even be thought about, but that's the kind of stuff that used to happen.
And while the year was pivotal in race relations throughout the country, Marvin Arrington dealt with a major blow at home. His father died of a stroke. But Marvin Arrington used his tragedy to work even harder. He began studying for the Georgia bar. After several attempts to pass it, Marvin sensed racial and class bias with the test. He sued the Georgia bar in 1968. As soon as he passed, he quickly began his own law firm.
All the blacks who had applied, and some was graduate from Harvard, Yale, the best law schools in the country. And all of the black applicants did not pass the bar exam. I was upset about it. I was appalled. I just did not believe that could happen. And we sued him, and under the Title VII.
He had a really deep commitment to his community. He never, ever forgot where he came from. He never forgot the challenges that the people were facing every day in that community. He actually thought of the law as the way out of poverty, the way out of neglect, the way out of people being taken advantage of. And so he used the law to help out his community. He was a phenomenal community servant.
At first, the young attorney-to-be was not interested in politics, but 1968 sparked a new era for the next generation of leaders in the city. Marvin Arrington Sr., sensing the winds of change blowing in Atlanta, threw his name into the hat at City Hall. With little competition, Marvin Arrington Sr. was elected to the Board of Aldermen in 1969, becoming the youngest elected official in Atlanta's history.
One of the few members, African-American members,
of the Atlanta Aldermanic Board. At that point in time, everybody ran, all aldermen ran citywide. And in creating that sort of an arrangement, it was very difficult for African Americans to have a representative number of elected officials as a part of the body.
Marvin played a significant role with the Atlanta leadership. He was the youngest part of that governmental leadership, and bringing a perspective that we need to look forward on doing things in terms of the city council that would uplift people of color.
Raising the opportunities for Black Atlanta residents wasn't the only top priority for Alderman Arrington. He wanted to change the social conditions that put African Americans in their place for far too long.
His impact in the city was taking us through a very difficult time when there was a lot of transition, there was a lot of controversy, and he was the steadying hand. Marvin had that unique ability to bridge both business community and the street. He came from the streets, he never forgot it, and he overcame it, and he knew that others could too.
Marvin was always known as somebody who would not quit. You could be beating him from one end of the scrimmage line to the other. He was not going to quit. And he had that reputation. And that was the kind of person that they wanted to see on the old Board of Aldermen.
And so there was a period there where the council, the aldermen had to work with this new mayor and the transformation and the aspiration of people, Black Atlanta. So it was an interesting period, which could have gone to destruction.
Leaders such as Marvin Arrington Sr. brought a new type of peace, a new type of reconciliation, a new type of understanding, and just he acted as a convener of the conversation.
Marvin Arrington started to change the ordinances regarding housing and various other things where government was concerned and African Americans should have been participating. Housing, banking.
He's consistently been in service to our community. Here we are, a great story, a young kid out of the bluff who come and get an opportunity to go, tough football player, get a scholarship, go to college, but come back and elected to the Board of Aldermen and start providing service to his community.
As a big sports fan and an advocate for equal rights, Marvin Arrington Sr. made a unique mark in history by resurrecting the career of one of the greatest boxers of all time, Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali, heavyweight champion of the world, was stripped of his title.
In 1966, Ali was drafted by the Army to fight in the Vietnam War. His religious beliefs prevented him from fighting, and he refused. He was then denied a boxing license in every state and stripped of his passport. For 3 years, Muhammad Ali was banned from the ring.
He's actually convicted and headed to jail, and it goes to the U.S. Supreme Court and it's overturned. And this is 3 years of Ali's life. He's at the prime of his life. And because he was deemed as unpatriotic and all of that kind of stuff, no one would allow for Ali to fight. But what happens with this is Atlanta is booming. It's a new sports and entertainment city. It is looking for different ways to showcase itself. It wants to show its downtown venues in terms of its new hotels. It had aspiration to really be a conference and convention town.
He was working with Leroy Johnson at one time when they got together with Lester Maddox and put together Muhammad Ali's first fight after retirement. That couldn't happen anywhere in any city in America, in the world, quite that way.
You got Leroy Johnson, Marvin Arrington, and Lester Maddox. See?
It's Leroy Johnson and negotiations of a Marvin Arrington that is able to basically shut down segregationist Governor Lester Maddox and to allow for Atlanta to be the host of this first fight when Muhammad Ali fights Jerry Quarry in October of 1970.
All right, we're ready to go.
And the thing about this is that this would be a long-standing relationship between the city of Atlanta and Muhammad Ali.
It took behind-the-scenes maneuvering and the savvy skills of Marvin Arrington to make Atlanta the first location in which Muhammad Ali would fight.
Leroy Johnson was one of very, very few, maybe 2 or 3, black elected officials even at the state level. But wow, was he impactful. And working hand in glove with Marvin Arrington, what else could we have but success?
You have to have your lawyers around to be able to pull off, this kind of contract for Ali to fight. But then you also have to have someone who is reputable in the community to really corral the community to come out and to support this fighter who Black America deemed as a hero, but white America saw as being unpatriotic. And it was Black Atlanta, it was Marvin Arrington's Black Atlanta that came out to support Muhammad Ali because Muhammad Ali represented the best in terms of resistance, the best in terms of defense, the best in terms of protection. And of course, he is lauded for being, a heavyweight champion of the world, but that was his smallest platform in terms of fighting. The social justice that he's able to do because Atlanta gives him a chance is something that's even greater.
4 years later, Atlanta makes a seminal mark in African-American history. In 1973, Maynard Jackson gets elected as mayor of Atlanta, becoming the first Black mayor of a major U.S. city in the South.
Never, never shall I let you down.
Our time had come, and we wanted a Black mayor, and we elected Maynard Jackson.
Back in the 70s, of course, it was, it was a rise of, let's say, a Black revolution.
The 70s was a very key starting point. When Maynard first came in and Marvin came in the 70s, late 60s and 70s, Blacks used their power to affect the economic and the social civic issues of that day. And they formed a base, and that leadership during those times, the 70s and 80s, was very key as a strong base. And set Atlanta up as known as the Mecca.
Hand in hand. I mean, it was like one was a left glove, one was a right glove. And they had a cold substance that they had to pick up together, and they did it in unison. Because Marvin was, as alderman, was very influential on that council when it was alderman.
All the time interacting with this bright, young, very energetic alderman and then council member, because when Maynard became mayor, we changed the government structure from a strong city council form of government to a strong mayor form of government.
He and Maynard worked together. Here you got a Black city council and a Black mayor, and they worked together for the good of the Black people.
Marvin was a pioneer. Remember, there was Maynard Jackson, who kind of led the way, but Marvin Arrington kind of paved the way.
The two new ambitious political leaders went to work in improving the city from a yesteryear of a segregated provincial town to the future of a diverse, unified, cosmopolitan city. Mayor Jackson, with the help of Councilman Arrington, opened the doors for more Blacks to enter city government. By the mid-1970s, African Americans began trickling in to serve the city, some even as new police officers.
They wouldn't try to speak for the community until they listened to the community. That's where the unity was. And Marvin was part of that, listening to the community, and that generation listened and wouldn't say yes until they touched base. That's Atlanta.
After more than a decade as an influential member of Atlanta's city council, Marvin Arrington decided the time was right to step up as city council president.
We're going to have a people campaign. We're going to ask people to look at my track record, what I've done over the last 10 years, and ask them to support Marvin Arrington. All along, we've gone after voters, whether they're black or white, and said we want to represent this entire community.
In 1980, he ran, and he was elected.
Marvin had a bigger idea about what the president of city council could do in terms of being a leader in city council and what city council should and could be doing for the city. That was an exciting time for Atlanta because Atlanta was really beginning to pop nationally.
Marvin was an effective president of city council, knew his chairs and knew what he wanted done. And you always had to respect Marvin's base. The only true Atlantan that did everything right here.
For many people, native Atlantans, Marvin Arrington was their go-to person in city government. He was the one they knew in city government. And he was their childhood friend, their high school classmate, their college classmate. He represented Atlanta. He was Atlanta.
Of course, council presidents can't introduce legislation, but he certainly had his own ideas about how the city ought to be run with integrity and intelligence and balance. One of the great things I admired about him was he truly seemed to be colorblind in his committee assignments and his desire for good things to happen throughout the city.
We're talking about where we want to go in this city, whether or not we can deal with the whole question of racism, whether or not we can deal with economic development, whether or not we can deal with jobs, having a good working relationship with the mayor and the council.
Everything had to come through him. If you wanted to get passed, you had to go through Marvin. So Marvin, in turn, was already, him and the mayor, whatever was already was in tune with each other. So he was a flow leader, and therefore he was able to get a lot of things passed.
Nothing came before the city council that Marvin didn't bring to the city council.
He was president of city council, which at that time we called the vice mayor. Sometimes he led, and sometimes he needed to follow, based on who the mayor was. But most of the time he led.
Marvin Arrington was a master tactician. Marvin taught us how to work the city council. For those who paid attention, he managed the city council with an iron fist, but nobody really got angry with him. And that's what you have to do in that position. He defined what it was. We had no other pattern, no other example of what a city council president could be other than watching him. And he did a masterful job at it.
He was politician's politician. He could be street when he needed to be. But when he was president of the Atlanta City Council, there was order. There was order. And I think that's also a part of who he is. He's a very orderly person.
Well, he had a lot of respect from the council members. When he would come in the room, people would stand at attention, so to speak. The council president is coming. He ran his meetings very well. He got to a point sometimes when they were debating a lot. His favorite saying was, "It's time to fish or cut bait."
I watched him as he led the council, and I was always impressed with two things. One is that he had command of the topics that were being presented. I mean, he had information to share. But in addition to that, he had command of his authority, and he knew how to use his authority in order to persuade both the public and the council members to consider his point of view. And he was pretty eloquent in doing that.
Early in his first term as mayor, Maynard Jackson had the vision to transform the city's airport into a major business and commerce hub. He and Marvin Arrington went to work crafting legislation that would lead to city policy on a new phase of the airport.
Atlanta is really at the center because it drew transportation. First it was the railroads, and then it was the airport. And so you could have major corporations located here because you had this airport, and the Fortune 500 regional offices can settle here.
Late Mayor Jackson's effort to create MBE, FBE, minority business enterprise, female business enterprise policies, the first significant part of which was realized with the first construction of the $500 million expansion of Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport that began around 1977 and was completed in 1980. That policy was one that was really followed nationally and replicated nationally. But what it did is it created an environment where people were able to see successful African-American businesses.
In the 1970s, the Atlanta airport was a pretty small airport. Maynard Jackson knew and understood that it could be an international airport. And so one of the things that he's able to do is he's able to really get the attention. He's able to get the grants. And he promotes joint ventures, minority businesses and joint ventures. This is a part of his affirmative action. It's the brilliance of it. And I also think it's the marketing of what Atlanta is, particularly in terms of the using of Dr. King's dream, as this being Dr. King's hometown, and how Dr. King represents humanity. It made it very difficult for any country in the world to not want to do business with Atlanta because of that. And so what I'm saying is to do business with Atlanta and to have to fly through that airport puts you on the right side of history.
The Atlanta airport, which at that time was the largest capital project in Atlanta's history, Marvin and Maynard worked together like a symphony. They made beautiful music together. Maynard could not have achieved what he achieved had it not been for Marvin.
Stand by.
Out of all the economic development pieces that I have played a role in, I think the Atlanta Industrial Park is the most important. This is a $100 million plus project. We're talking about some 1,800 odd jobs. We've been able to talk to the businessmen involved in this particular process, and they have agreed to hire residents in this particular area. It's going to mean that we're going to have blue-collar jobs. We're going to be competitive. It's near the expressway system. So this piece, the economic development piece, has been the piece that I've been most proud of, and I'm sure the citizens of Atlanta, because it's something in action. You can see it. It's a part of the process. And it's something that we took from the early stage, embryonic stages, from the economic development report. It was a theory, and now we have implemented. And that's what government is all about, being able to sit down, have a brain trust, talk about ideas and concepts, ideals, and then bring that together.
You know, it's a kiss of death to some black politicians to have a close relationship with the business community. How do you manage to pull it off? Keep your base, yet work well with the business community?
Because I move around all the time. I try to spend a third of my time with the business community. I try to spend a third of my time in the black community. I try to spend a third of my time with community groups. And I just kind of work at it. I move around trying to find out.
The first thing was African-American entrepreneurship. Marvin was always pushing for particularly young business folks, African-Americans, to step out, to be bold. And I think that he established that mold of that. His personal stamp of approval in pushing entrepreneurs is the greatest thing that we have that shows today. And we owe that to Marvin Arrington.
How do you balance all those roles? Full-time politician, full-time family man, full-time attorney. I mean, you wear a lot of hats, don't you?
Well, you know, it's very demanding, but I would like to think that I'm organized and know what I'm going to do. Have good staff people. I have excellent law partners, people very supportive of me. And it get a little hectic at times. Sometimes I don't feel like I'm giving my family enough time, and that's very important to me.
Marvin was a family man. He was a family man. Family was very important to him. He did a good job of balancing his life, professional, public life with the personal life. 3 things I think you need as you go through life, and I call them 3 F's. You need family, you need friends, and you need faith.
Both my parents equally worked. I guess my dad juggled having 2 jobs, you would say being an elected official and being an attorney, but no more so than my mother, working in education and being busy with all of her community and civic work as well. But he was very much involved in everything that we did, and we were able to have access to, and summer camps and piano and, all the things that you pour into your children and enrich them.
They were loving, caring parents. They, made sure we had everything that we needed, but not everything that we wanted. And so I think there is, good in knowing that. I think it teaches humility. But they were always there for, extracurricular activities, helping with homework, anything and everything.
Between July 1979 and May 1981, the Atlanta child murders, during which black children, mostly boys, were killed, struck fear throughout the city and infamously stained Atlanta's reputation on the national scene. As a city leader and a father of 2 young children, Marvin Arrington Sr. had to face the nightmare head on.
The Atlanta child murders, a series of murders where Atlanta's most vulnerable and vibrant were being hunted in the streets and being left in fields. And it took a very long time for Atlanta to admit that these black children, particularly black boys, were being murdered as such.
It became a question, at first, of race, but then it became a question of class. These are throwaway children. No child is a throwaway. And Marvin reminded people of that. And not many people were saying that back then when this first happened. A lot of people were just, oh, that's over there. Oh, they don't watch their kids. Oh. And he reminded people, these are our children.
The Atlanta child murders certainly was a scary time. 1979 to 80, I remember, the bodies were being dumped in the Chattahoochee River. And we would catch the school bus in the morning and we would have to cross over the Chattahoochee River. And so that would always be a time where, everyone would kind of hunker down in their seats and get quiet. And, it was because we were aware. Our parents made us aware, the news made us aware, everyone made us aware. So there was a heightened sense of security.
At that particular time in our city's history, in our country's history, he served a yeoman's job and task of keeping stability with the missing and murdered children situation that we all had to go through as elementary school kids. And, having these father figures like Marvin Arrington Sr. really gave us a certain type of comfort in a very scary time in our lives as young people in elementary and middle school.
By the mid-1980s, black leadership was firmly in place at City Hall. African Americans had more say on Atlanta's city policy and the local economy. But Marvin Arrington showed no signs of slowing down. He went to work in increasing city contracts to minority businesses, particularly in the field of construction. This was the moment the city of Atlanta's skyline began transforming. By the late 80s, the skyline showcased the Omni Complex, Georgia World Congress Center, a new interstate highway system, and Atlanta's public bus and rail system known as MARTA.
His ebullience, his bravado, and his smarts. He was brilliant. So he was always knowing what is the next step, how to navigate legislation and get things done around the city.
He was the ideas man, he was the strategy man, and then he would execute the plan that all of these other folks would take the credit for.
But he was the person who came up with a lot of ideas on how you renovate Atlanta, and he orchestrated the legislation and the council support to get stuff done that other people were thinking of or talking about, but he would get it done.
For so many of us, especially growing up, you don't know what all the titles mean. You just know that they are important. And for me growing up, knowing that Marvin Arrington was city council president was as important as knowing that somebody was mayor.
Marvin Arrington might have been behind the scenes in one way, but really when you're president of the city council, everybody knows your name because everything comes through the council and through you. The problem with that is you don't get the credit because the mayor signs off on it, and then that's the end of it. But I think people who know the city and know the background of the city know the power that the city council president held.
He used his power as a politician to, just navigate the political process. He controlled the committees, he controlled what happened in Atlanta, and then he controlled what he expected developers to do for people, and he just shaped the agenda for the city.
Anytime you give a mayor credit for Atlanta's place in America and the world, you have to think about the person that organized the legislative side of that effort. And I think that that was just because of his courage. Big intellect, big heart.
But the truth of the matter is, when you grow up in a community like Marvin Arrington came from, you see all of that. And you learn to build community with all of that. That's a very important set of skills to have when you're dealing in when you're dealing in the legal field and when you're dealing as a public servant.
You can have leadership and you can build progressive governments around definitive positions on public policy. And that's the way he's always been. And that's a remarkable history and a remarkable testament to how he was reared and the heart of the human being.
Pragmatic, very pragmatic. He understood how the game was played. And it's like an old pool shark who lets you go knock in 5 balls to think that you're winning. And because he knows his level of skill, he'll let you get everything but the black one off the table. But when you're caught slipping, you know you lost. You didn't get around him.
Marvin Arrington was the one who said when the Atlanta Zoo was an embarrassment worldwide, animals were dying, the facility was horrible, he was the one who stepped up and said, City of Atlanta's got to get out of controlling this. We need to get professional people in here, and we need to get money to make this zoo into the world-class place it should be. And he spearheaded that effort to change the Atlanta Zoo into Zoo Atlanta.
Marvin Arrington understands that great cities of the world provide their citizens with an environment that is conducive to cultural growth, enrichment, and an appreciation of the wonders and beauty of nature.
Marvin has been the main man, and Marvin has been our inspiration, the guy that came up with the original idea of using the Recreation Authority and forming a separate body to run the zoo to make the thing work. And there have been a lot of false starts, been a lot of bad publicity, a lot of bad things happen. And if Marvin hadn't been there saying, Bob, we're going to make it happen, we wouldn't be here today. People react to bad things instead of positive things. And Marvin was working with us all along before it became a bad thing. He was ready to fix the zoo and make it right before the rest of the world knew it was a bad thing. So he was in there thinking and planning before things got really bad.
So I guess more than anything, Marvin Arrington sort of inherited your position after you left the city council. I'm wondering, you know that job, you know the pressures and the problems. What sort of job do you think he's done as city council president?
Well, I think Marvin has done a fantastic job. Marvin, first of all, you have to realize that managing the affairs of 18 council members and working the legislative part of government, city government, between the executive side of government is a tremendous job. And it's a tremendous job of balancing and developing legislative proposals, leading the city council into policy-making decisions. He's provided the needed balance and the kinds of skills legislative skills needed for the city of Atlanta.
It was his way, his style, his class, his cachet that was most memorable about him. Again, from the bow ties, the bow ties always got me. You know, I mean, I never saw a black man wear as many bow ties back in the day. You know, especially in a non-formal way. You know, Marvin Arrington was a racial pioneer and a political pioneer, but he also had this street savvy. He introduced me to his inner working, his inner circle. But then, I tell you what opened my eyes. See a brother like that, who was a first-class, top-shelf attorney with his own law office. So he went from the streets where that club was to the suites where his law office was. All in one day. I'd never seen a man travel that diversity in one day and in one lifetime, really. To see a Marvin Arrington just as cool as the other side of the pillow, but also tough, polished, bow tie, bow with a bow tie.
What does this they say in the Bible? Put your bucket down where there's water. So Marvin put his bucket down where there was water. In the ghettos, in the streets. He talked the language.
It's important to understand how to walk in a corporate boardroom and how to walk into a barbershop and bankhead the same way. Okay? The reason why that's important is because you become a bridge and a connector. And that's something that Arrington did without effort. He did it effortlessly, right? He could walk into these various rooms and be just as respected as anyone else in those buildings. And it's something that I try to mimic in my own personal life, because what good is it to be successful and to have platforms and to have influence if you can't be proud of the community that you came from or uplift the community that produced you?
I just want Tommy to know that if we were not in a session, I did not have my business suit on. I'd take him on one-on-one.
The distinguished president of the Atlanta City Council, Marvin Arrington, is here to bring greetings from the city as well. President Arrington.
Y'all come on and clap for me.
Yeah. Marvin was always a unique political creature, in that if you were walking around the streets of Atlanta with Marvin, people would roll down their windows to shout at him, "Hey, Bo, how you doing?" And he almost always knew them instinctively. He was a person that really moved from champagne to sneakers very well, whether that was in the white business community or working out in black neighborhoods with civic groups. That ease of really just loving people, all kinds of people, is one of the things that I think is a unique character of Marvin's, that has made this community very much a healthier place because of it.
One of Marvin Arrington's unique qualities was his ability to navigate every part of the city. Any neighborhood, any section of the city, any council district, any ward of the city. And I believe that he had that ability to walk with kings and not lose the common touch because he loved Atlanta and Atlanta loved him.
I mean, he's got many friends in all kinds of circles, and I think that's one key to his success politically. He's very accessible and is always a regular guy. I know him now. He's the same way now that he was when I knew him playing tennis out of Washington Park. Really hadn't changed that much. He just got a little bit more money and more weight.
His political acumen was only matched by his legal skills, because legislation get formed in two places, in the suites and the streets. So you have a guy who can match both of those, right? He can walk into a courtroom if necessary and sue you, right? And he, as president of the city council, he could go and create legislation that could stand a constitutional muster.
Marvin was very supportive, not only took care of his responsibilities as the president of the city council, which he had grown to, but he also took the responsibility of being a good lawyer, and he knew how to differentiate between the two, much of what you don't see today.
I thought that he handled his legal career and his political career very well. He was
very cautious about keeping the two separate. I really called myself his lead litigation associate. So I had a number of opportunities to represent him. I would end up representing his constituents. He would always keep that separate from the firm. And I just thought that he handled his law firm very well, and I thought that he handled his political career very well. He did not mix the two.
Arrington was an exceptional criminal lawyer. He was one of the grade A criminal lawyers that people came to when they were really in trouble. I was around him all the time. I was the girl Friday on the outside of the door. My office was literally outside his door. And wherever he was going to a meeting, however he was Patrice. So I learned a lot. I learned a lot about various facets of law. I learned a lot about powerful people and power brokering. I learned about giving back. I learned about public speaking and being there for the community. I mean, he really did inspire me as a very young person.
He makes a statement with everything he does. He is intentional. And by him doing that, he opens the door for other people. It's like he puts his foot in the door and says, okay, come on, I opened it. Now all you gotta do is walk in and build upon it and open it for someone else.
In his legal profession, Marvin Arrington also made strides. In 1989, he partnered with the legendary civil rights leader Donald Lee Hollowell. Nicknamed Mr. Civil Rights, Hollowell was a respected civic leader in Atlanta. His tireless work placed him as one of the top civil rights attorneys in Georgia. In both his private practice and his federal job, Donald Hollowell worked to train a younger generation of civil rights attorneys, including Marvin Arrington.
When the civil rights movement came about in the early 60s, and I was a young student at Clark Atlanta University and got a chance to see one of the finest lawyers in American history, Donald L. Hollowell, who had graduated from Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee, English major, articulate, bright. And I would cut classes to go down and sit in the courtroom just to see Mr. Hollowell take care of his business. And that's when I knew that I wanted to go to law school.
In 1989, the mentor and the mentee joined forces and formed Arrington and Hollowell, specializing in corporate bonds, labor relations, litigation, and workers' compensation.
The fact that he worked with Donald Hollowell, too, that was a marriage made in heaven.
He built Arrington and Hollowell, which for years was one of the 5 or 6 most important law firms for people of color in America in terms of their success, size, and stature.
Everybody who came through the doors of Arrington and Hollowell, there was an expectation that you were going to work hard and that you were going to go on and be bigger than the firm. That was his expectation. And I think you will find that those associates during that time, myself included, have gone on, and we've always kept that in mind, that when we are in tight situations and wondering what we need to do, one of the first questions we ask is, what would Mr. Arrington do? His impact on the city of Atlanta, I think only history will tell. But the one thing he did do, he showed that an African-American man could build a business law firm in the white community and do well. He showed that African-Americans could run city government ethically.
He made certain that young African-American attorneys got a chance to practice in a firm at the highest level of practice. So pushing excellence, working with corporate clients, that type of thing, and that didn't exist.
He was a pioneer in terms of blacks being able to get into law school.
He was a shameless promoter of young African-American lawyers. The first time I ever heard anybody talk about the legal community in Georgia was really with Marvin Arrington. And he was lamenting the fact that there were only at one point in time in the early 70s, I believe that there were 100 lawyers of African-American descent in the entirety of the state of Georgia. Today you have law firms that may have, you could put together a couple of major law firms and find that many African-American lawyers.
One of his favorite quotes was from this guy down in Montgomery. if you at Dexter Avenue Baptist Church. If you see a good fight, get in it. He didn't mind getting in a good fight. And many times, other people were the beneficiaries of the fight. It wasn't for him, it was for other people. I've been disappointed that he did not get the credit that I think he deserved. Marvin was a bridge builder, as opposed to others who relied strictly on one community or the other. Marvin bridged the two communities, and that has helped make this city a great city.
He's a very serious public servant. He takes seriously his responsibility. And I think there's another reason I feel very good about Marvin is that, you know, we often say to young people who are born in humble circumstances that you can be born in the ghetto, but the ghetto doesn't have to be in you. And that the ghetto doesn't have to mean that you are forever forbidden from reaching new heights and achieving significantly in your community. Marvin has done that. He's not left his community. He simply returned to serve his community and to put back into the community what it gave him in terms of toughness and in terms of fair play and in terms of hard work.
I can't stress enough how much he meant symbolically to people who were born and raised in Atlanta. Marvin has been a history maker for us in this city. And, you know, I think for those of us born in Atlanta, it is just the blessing that our number was called to be born into this community. Because we grew up in a community where we saw people changing the world. And it never occurred to any of us that we couldn't do the same.
I'm only aware of only one legitimate politics, that which I practice every day. I believe it's the responsibility of every elected official, particularly black elected officials, to provide leadership and constituent service and representative care about those who elect him. In other words, and I quote, dance with the one who has brought you.
Marvin, as a lawyer, I think the way he practiced law is pretty much the way Marvin exhibited himself as a person, as a politician, as a lawyer. He's a person who's always stretching. He's almost a parallel to the city of Atlanta. Marvin has taken himself both personally and professionally into every new area that he has been able to identify. And I think just like the city of Atlanta, just as the city is growing and stretching its boundaries and stretching its potential, a lot of that is exhibited in Marvin Arrington.
The International Olympic Committee has awarded the 1996 Olympic Games to the city of Atlanta.
In 1990, with the visionary efforts of Maynard Jackson, the legislative efforts of Marvin Arrington, the diplomatic efforts of Andrew Young, and so many more, the city of Atlanta won the bid to host the 1996 Olympic Summer Games. The Olympic Games would cement Atlanta's place as an international city and a tourist destination.
It was very successful, in which he helped a great deal. We raised $2.5 billion of private money, no government money. 41% of that money went to minority and female-owned companies. It was a tremendous success. It was the largest Olympics ever, and there hadn't been an Olympics as big as ours since.
In terms of presenting Atlanta to the world, the 1996 Olympics was some of the best pageantry and pomp and circumstance of how that works. It was beautiful. I mean, when you would be out amongst people, you heard every language being spoken, you saw tourists. But in terms of just culture and image, in terms of how Atlanta was franchised for world consumption, in terms of how it was marketed, I mean, it was one of the greatest feats of showmanship that had been seen in terms of what a city could do.
When Atlanta got the Olympic Games for 1996, then that even brought in more international people. They began to look at it and explore opportunities in Atlanta. And that was the thing, that outlook and the concern of Atlanta continuing to grow and prosper was something that helped Atlanta become an international city.
May have been Frederick Douglass who said around 1863, power conceives nothing but out of demand. Never has and never will. I was the vice chairperson of the Olympics Committee. And whatever they decided for the other community, I've always raised the issue.
Marvin's role in helping us get the Olympics, which was very important, will continue to play a very large role in our preparation for the Games, now that we've been successful in winning the Games. And as vice chairman of Mayoga, he will play a critical role in overseeing our construction contracts and making sure that our venue plan is in the best long-term interest of the community.
The Olympics was not technically awarded to the city. It was awarded to this nonprofit organization. But there was so much for us to do in approving permits and any number of things to get the city prepared, street improvements, so all kinds of things that we had to do with a fairly short deadline that wasn't movable. So it was important that we do things swiftly, and he was always there making sure things went through the committees in a timely way.
Before the Olympics came to Atlanta, building up to the Olympics, decisions that were made to invest in various parts of our city and to see growth and see housing and to see jobs and companies locate here that ultimately fed families, to see the revitalization of public housing in Atlanta. A lot of that was on his watch in some shape, form, or fashion, or he had a voice in that, or advised people such as myself and others on how to do it better and do it well. So he is definitely someone who put an imprint on City Hall as a council president, and it will be there forever.
Atlanta is an international city. It is an exceedingly prosperous city, exceedingly diverse city, where people of all races and stripes and creeds, colors, and all of that can live and prosper here. And all of that is made possible through the legacy and the contributions of Marvin Arrington, being open-minded, being fair, knowing that you are just as good as everybody else, and putting that mantra out there.
Marvin Arrington is one of the giants, one of the architects, one of the engineers who made Atlanta what it is today. So when people come here and ride and see this thriving, beautiful city, they have to understand that it didn't just happen overnight.
I don't think that we fully appreciate the contributions that Marvin Arrington made to the city and to the state. He was not bashful about speaking up. And you know, it's difficult to speak up, particularly if you have a voice that is different from the others. But that speaking up is what makes us great as a people. And Marvin Arrington was one that would speak up.
As the 90s arrived, Atlanta ranked among the top U.S. cities in Black businesses and Black home ownership. The city also saw an expansion of residents moving and working outward to nearby suburbs. This is all happening while the city's population is ballooning.
You can look around Atlanta today. You know, that's his legacy, okay? That's one of his legacies in terms of making Black-owned businesses viable, in terms of the Atlanta airport, in terms of capital improvement projects for water and sewer, in terms of neighborhoods, in terms of development, from Buckhead to Southwest to Peoplestown to Reynoldstown There is not one project that did not have Marvin Arrington's input in it. Not one.
Atlanta's rise or its image as a black Mecca, it's not a myth. It is real. And so when we talk about, the opportunity to have a decent job, good housing, an opportunity for politics, Atlanta becomes a hub because you have several city officials and state officials that are black that have been put into office. And so when we talk about, the Black Mecca tradition, that is the manifestation of how we understand the Black Mecca.
It was the Black Mecca for education. It was the Black Mecca for opportunity. It was the Black Mecca. And people were attracted to that. They heard that slogan and they came. People came.
With Atlanta securing its place as a tourist destination, business and commerce hub, and internationally recognized community, the ever-ambitious Marvin Arrington set his sights high in representing the city he helped to transform. In 1997, he decided to run for mayor.
Marvin! What do we want? Marvin!
No one know Atlanta like Marvin Arrington.
Make the change. Vote Marvin Arrington mayor.
I believe his bid for mayor was out of his love for the city and wanting the city to be great and wanting the city to be greater.
He was destined to be the mayor of the city of Atlanta.
Facing an incumbent mayor, Marvin Arrington went to work in campaigning against the admired Bill Campbell.
That matchup was phenomenal because you had two guys who understood politics, two who've been on the city council, one council president. For those of us who are political scientists, political watchers, it was one of the greatest. I mean, I talk about it in terms of like it's been an Ali Frazier fight. It was one of the greatest political matches that we've seen.
Marvin Arrington was gangster as a candidate. He spoke boldly. And don't get it twisted, many people resonated with that.
When Campbell was in office during his first term, there were a lot of irregularities that had taken place. Marvin felt like the city needed to get back to basics.
Marvin made the decision to run against Mayor Campbell at the end of Mayor Campbell's first term. And Marvin really was doing quite well in that race. And Mayor Campbell, quite frankly, was a popular mayor, which really says a lot about Marvin's bona fides and how well he was liked and respected around town.
It's always difficult to take on an incumbent. Despite the incumbency, he ran an extraordinarily competitive race.
I do remember the energy. It was high is, I guess, not the right word. I guess you can almost cut it with a knife. The energy, contentious. I guess it's probably a polite word. Of saying what it was. And there were definitely camps. There were definitely camps on one side or the other.
Bill, a great guy from North Carolina, is not going to be our local hometown hero. We were pulling for the guy who was just Atlanta's own.
Two big heavy hitters going at it. And I remember at the time there was a feeling that perhaps Marvin should have waited after Bill had finished, and then the door would have flung open for him. But he decided to run and made it a very aggressive campaign for the heart of Atlanta, because I remember people having mixed feelings. On the one hand, people always felt that Marvin should and be the mayor of Atlanta. And then at the same time, some folks more in the black community felt that maybe he should have waited till Bill got finished because they didn't like seeing two strong black men going after each other.
Time was not right and the situation wasn't right. I thought he was so unfairly put upon. That was a nasty, dirty political race among black folks. And it was black folks against black folks. It was colorism. It was petty politics. And I just think he paid a heavy price.
We were doing fine in the race. When I joined the campaign, we were down at 30 points. We had gotten up to close to 50 points, and it was 3 weeks out. And Marvin did a radio interview, and somehow Maynard Jackson became part of the conversation. And he made a statement about Maynard that wasn't pleasant, and it upset the whole city.
When the moderator said, passing, what do you mean? And Bo caught himself and said, well, he was passing out encyclopedias. Well, that didn't go off right. The people who heard what he said took it to mean that while we were here on the front line for civil rights, Maynard was passing and using his skin tone, straight hair, whatever you want to call it, to his benefit. And that just didn't come across right.
Marvin, I think, was in the midst of a heated debate, and I think he said something he wished maybe he should not have said, and provided a significant opening. And the opening politically was that it brought Maynard Jackson into the race. And that hurt because Maynard Jackson was well respected, and Maynard Jackson's legacy was solid. And Maynard Jackson in and of himself was a force. And you just didn't want to lock horns with him. And so he put himself in a position where he had to lock horns with Mayor Campbell and with Mayor Jackson, and that hurt.
Basically, he gave Maynard Jackson the microphone. And when Maynard gets the microphone, it's all over. On any subject, you give Maynard a microphone, it'll be over with. So he didn't have a microphone before. It was all on Bill's microphone. But he gave Maynard's microphone, and that was what the big downfall for us, I think.
If that election had been held the day before that radio program, I think Marvin would have won. But it was after that radio program. It wasn't Marvin versus Bill Campbell. It was Marvin versus Maynard Jackson.
I think Marvin would have been elected mayor, and he would have been a great mayor.
He made a mistake. He talked about Maynard Jackson. I love Marvin, I love Maynard Jackson, but you don't talk about a Morehouse man. That's his mistake. That's why he ain't the mayor of this town now. You don't with a Morehouse man, okay?
He shouldn't have said it. Maynard was a great leader, but that's Marvin. If Marvin is a street fighter, you jump on him, he's gonna jump on you. And that's what he did.
I often think about it. Had Marvin been elected mayor, Atlanta really would have truly understood the greatness of Marvin Arrington as mayor. Because he had been there. He had a hand in every major capital improvement project in Atlanta. But fate had it that he didn't get it, so.
Arrington says he will take some time off to get some much-needed rest, and then he will return to his private law practice. This is the first time in 27 years he has been out of public office because this is the first race he's ever lost.
After his tough defeat to Mayor Campbell, Arrington lent his time to his law practice, working hard for his clients while grooming in the next generation of lawyers.
I think that the legacy of Marvin in the legal community is really how he has championed at every level people being involved in the legal profession, whether those are being as lawyers or, for that matter, as judges.
As it relates to the practice of law, he taught me that we have to focus more on the business of law. That there are a lot of good people who know how to practice law, but they do not know how to run a law practice. So he taught me operationally and functionally how to run a law firm.
Many lawyers, many judges have followed the path of a Marvin Arrington. He was a leader in terms of reaching back to help others who were maybe not as fortunate as others were. He helped the least of these become somebodies. Marvin has set a tone for this town, particularly those of color. Marvin helped poor folks, black kids who wanted to be somebody say, follow me, I got you.
His history has always been one of inclusion. There are some people, when they get to a station in life, have what I call the drawbridge mentality. I've got it. The way that I advance myself is to draw the bridge to keep anybody else from getting what I got. And Marvin was just the opposite of that, the polar opposite of that, that he would try to include everybody in and encourage everybody to come get what I've got, because there's so much that we can do to help our communities if you do it. And he'll be forever remembered for that, and I will personally be forever thankful for it.
Down to 85, wanna take a drive. Got my driver's license, but I don't know how to drive. My mom picks us up, too young for the club, but I know a place in town that'll give us the same buzz. Cascade, where we stay.
You look at the corridor, the house that we're sitting in right now in this neighborhood. Congressman John Lewis is up the street. Ambassador Young is maybe 2 minutes away from Marvin Arrington Sr. Maybe 2 minutes away from Marvin Arrington Sr. is Reverend Joseph Laurie. If you make another right, you would see Hank Aaron's home. You go a little further, you would see Mayor Franklin's home. If you come into my neighborhood, you'd see Mayor Bottom's home. All within about 10 minutes. I don't think that that's a mistake. I think it's because we were able to see people do things and achieve excellence.
Going back to the time when Atlanta was a smaller place, it was Collier Heights, and it was Cascade and Hunter Hills, and these places that our families came together and grew out of. And Cascade Southwest area was a central component of that. And as Atlanta has grown, it has become even more symbolic of just this place that so many of us, whether physically, mentally, or emotionally, still call home. And again, Marvin Arrington represented that. It was a place that African Americans in Atlanta moved to when they moved from the core of the west side of the city. They began to navigate further out.
There's something in the water, for sure, in Southwest Atlanta that we're drinking. It's obviously city water, but I don't know what's in the pipes over there, but it gives a certain type of energy to the DNA and RNA that gives us a resilience, gives us a commitment to excellence across many platforms. Marvin Arrington Sr. was always one of the most iconic to me in a very interesting and unique way, because his home was on our Pride and Joy Street, Cascade, and every time you ride down Cascade, you could point to the left or to the right and say, oh, that's where Marvin Arrington lives. That's where the council president lived. It was a stately, wonderful, beautiful home, Southern home, and it just gave you the feeling that you know that you can achieve the same thing or better as a young person, as a teenager. It's like, I can do that.
At the turn of the century, just as Marvin Arrington was set to retire from public life, another calling came his way.
He didn't ask to be judge. I called him up and I said, Marvin, I said, I want to appoint you Superior Court judge. He said, well, you know, I'm about retired. And I said, I don't care whether you're retired or not. I said, they need somebody down there like you that understands how tough it is for a kid to grow up on the streets and how important it is for that kid to get a break so it doesn't ruin the rest of his life. And that integrity is what I wanted to impart through Marvin to the folks that came before him, and he did a wonderful job in it.
He was a great jurist. He distinguished himself on that bench and was very successful in some of his rulings.
God has a very interesting way of knowing a greater plan for us. And when he became a judge, I think that that was the absolute perfect fit to have him on the bench, someone who was firm, fair, compassionate, thoughtful, sitting on the bench and dishing out justice, but also understanding the plight of our people, African-American men, African-American women. That judgeship was divine, and I think that that is a part of his lasting legacy, that he will be remembered for what he did on the bench during the years that he served.
Small drug offenders, in the first instance, that we thought was worth saving. We just cannot continue to warehouse all these young men. We don't have the facilities, the resources, and it appeared to us that we could take them in, help them get a GED or get a high school diploma, and then apply to college. And that's a way of helping them be a better person.
Seeing him in court and being proud that here is this Black man who helped to integrate Emory Law School and who had to originally leave to go to a different state because he couldn't go to law school in the very state that he loved. And he was sitting as a jurist in the largest trial court in Georgia is something to be extremely proud of.
He is a professional and a legal scholar. At heart, he's a servant. He's a servant leader.
Marvin Arrington's tenacity and his prowess as both a politician and a legal scholar and a judge. I mean, he's combined the two. Many go into politics and go into business success. He's been a legal, brilliant mind who will also excelled as a city council president. So he's had the law, be it creating law or practicing law, has been his defining essence.
Appointed in 2002 as Fulton County Superior Court judge, the Honorable Marvin Arrington Sr. brought his passion to the bench.
All right. Superior Court of Fulton County is now in session. Honorable Judge Marvin S. Arrington Sr. presiding. Court will now come to order.
Thank you very much. Please be seated.
But it was one story in 2008 that put him in the national spotlight.
African Americans have been debating for years how tough to be on young Black men. But for one judge in Atlanta, that debate is over.
All rise. Judge Marvin Arrington has had it.
People are shooting people, robbing people, dropping out of school.
Same people in his Atlanta courtroom over and over.
90% of you all are Afro-Americans.
Arrington's offended and embarrassed.
I wonder sometimes, what in the world that Dr. King knows and all of them died for?
He thinks the tough love is long overdue. As a kid, Arrington himself was a bit of a thug, the sort of kid he often now sees in court. Family and teachers set him straight.
I was just hanging out being one of the boys. And one day that light clicked on. I didn't want to be one of the boys.
Arrington's now trying to turn around others.
Got a short life, man, and try to make something out of it.
But Arrington has also taken it a step further. First, he cleared his courtroom of all white people to chew out Black defendants in private, in what he now admits was a mistake. Critics howled.
Because all I was trying to say to young people, hey, we are for you. Get yourself together.
I recall when, as judge, he cleared the courtroom of everyone but just young black men or black men. And when I heard about it, I said, hell, that's classic Marvin. I said, that's can't say how I want to say it, but I said, that's some good stuff there. That's what I thought. And when there was this backlash, I couldn't understand it. Here's a man who's a judge who took the bully pulpit he had at the moment. He was never afraid to use his bully pulpit, and to do something with that bully pulpit that he thought was going to help somebody and make a difference. And that's what he did.
And I called him up and I said, Marvin, you did exactly the right thing. You did what I want you to do. You wanted to talk to those kids and tell them, listen, you're just not a case before me. You're a human being, and I've been where you've been, and I've been on the streets you've been in, and I'm here to tell you that you can make a difference, but you got to straighten that. You cannot keep on like that. And I thought the criticism was unwarranted because it was exactly what I knew Marvin would do.
Does it shock me that he asked lawyers, including white lawyers, to leave the courtroom for him to talk to what I knew he considered to be his people? Absolutely not. In fact, I commend him for it if he did it. I have no issue with him doing that. I'm sure that there are people who might, but they don't know him. He came up during a time when you had to make certain things happen, and he just simply felt that young black men and young black women needed to handle their business a certain way in order to keep themselves out of the criminal justice system.
Arrington continued his work as a passionate court judge until 2012, when he officially retired.
He's always bounced back from adversity. That's his story. Nothing has put Marvin Arrington down. Nothing. He still rises. He's like the ashes of Atlanta, still rising.
So I think a lot of people just take for granted this just happened. But it didn't happen just that easily. It happened with great sacrifice. Because the other thing that you have to realize is that even when you are building this beautiful thing we call Atlanta, this wonderful mosaic and tapestry, everybody ain't gonna like you. His management of city council is what make him legendary. And I'm so glad that the city council saw fit to name the city council chambers after him, because the fact of the matter is we haven't had another city council president like him. Won't be another one like him. He was a standard bearer for that job.
Who loves Atlanta, Georgia more than Marvin Arrington. And he fought for it and will continue to fight for it and did not back down from anybody. Black, white, poor, rich, it didn't matter. He loved and would fight for Atlanta and poor people in Atlanta in particular. He did it, really, truly did it his way.
And ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you this, that I think this chamber will have a long, long, hard journey to live up to the legacy that Marvin Arrington has created for us.
You are Council President Emeritus of the City of Atlanta, and now we are honoring you by putting your name on a chamber that you have graced us with your service. Thank you so much.
1, 2, 3.
It is a pleasure, it is an honor to be here today to pay homage to a great leader of our city, a great man in our community, a great public servant, someone who thought it not robbery to wash the feet of others through his public service. He ruled this chamber like mighty Zeus in Olympus. And it was a chamber that we aspire to the highest for the least of these. And it is his example that made this an august, mystical body of public service. We are forever in your debt, and we will ever aspire to your example, sir.
He spearheaded countless initiatives which contributed to Atlanta's advancement as an inclusive and welcoming city, offering equal opportunity to all. The City of Atlanta salutes the Honorable Marvin S. Arrington Sr.'s meaningful leadership and service, and we are proud to celebrate the renaming of the Atlanta City Council chambers in his honor.
Each and every time I and the public yet to come, those still on their way in the future, when they come into this chamber, they're going to see the name of a great Atlantan, a great man. So congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the President Emeritus of the Atlanta City Council, the Honorable Marvin S. Arrington, Sr.
There's no words or words in Webster Dictionary that could adequately express my appreciation for this great honor. I'll forever be indebted to you. I think about the record by one of the top singers who said, "Change gonna come." Oh, yes, it is. When I came here in Safe State, we had separate water fountains, and I refused to drink out of them, and separate restroom facilities. I refused to do that. I said, we're going to integrate and be accounted for because we are constitutional students. But we just kept hanging in there saying things are going to get better. And it did, in fact, get better. This is a great city. This is a great day. I'm glad to be a part of this. And thank you from the bottom of my heart for this highly recommendation. I'll forever be indebted. Thank you very much.
All right.
I think Marvin Arrington, my dad, has been relevant for the past 4 decades because he cares about Atlanta. He cares about himself. He cares about the city, the people in the city and around the city. And, you know, the lesson that, you know, he always taught me was that to whom much is given, much is expected.
One of the great lessons I think we can all learn from Judge Arrington is to love your community. Love your community. Love all of it, because no one has a perfect community. I don't care who you are or where you live or where you're from, you don't come from perfection. Love your community. And when your community has an area where it lacks or there's a deficiency, don't kick your community down. Become the individual, become the mentor, become the catalyst in order to transform that narrative. And that is what Judge Arrington committed himself to.
Making my mark, the story of a man who wouldn't stay in his place. I saw injustices and I just wouldn't yield to it. I just kept fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting, and I'm glad that I did.
Marvin's impact is going to be more locally because he was born and reared here, and he loves Atlanta. And one of his books was a blueprint for the success of Atlanta. And his heart is devoted to Atlanta.
Then there's this art of reinvention. There are not many people who have long-lasting careers in various areas. So this is a man who is a partner at a prominent law firm. That was one career. And then to serve as city council president, that's another career. And then to have a long tenure on the bench, that's another career. And to do them all well, it can't be said about a lot of people, and that should be celebrated.
If you needed a best friend, you need somebody like Marvin Arrington, because he will always be with you, and it'll be fun to be with him the whole time.
The biggest legacy to me Marvin has left is that it doesn't matter where you come from, it's where you're going to. The Marvin Arrington, with his life, has shown anybody can be successful if you literally Put your mind to it, get the education, work hard, and then give back. His legacy is one of being a participant, but also being a leader.
I'ma shoot the dice, but you can get your back fade. I'm brown, high fly, Pharaoh, high cool. I philosophize to fly with a high IQ. Bless me high chew, still keep it two. They wanna do, feel bucket five juice. Full tray all day, put on parlay, I'm original A. Hey, shawty, this native dialect, that's just some shit that we say. I'm always on display, outside candy coated, inside parquet. Butter, country crock when we been a corner. That bitch slick pimpin' when I run up on her. She say I make her sick, give a bitch pneumonia. I get the party started from here to California.